listeners, Harika here, and I'm super excited to welcome you to UppTalk. If you're ready to learn and get your hands work wonders in the world of information technology, then you're in the right place. When I say UppTalk, we are not just another edtech company. Consider we are your learning partner committed to unlocking your full potential. Whether you're stepping into the world of technology for the first time or looking to advance your career, we provide top-tier, hands-on courses to build up your career. Let's take our first step towards learning here and explore it.
Today the session would be more on theoretical side. The tenant access that we have is down for maintenance. We won't be doing anything in the tenant today. But today's session is the first session. We're gonna keep it very light. We're gonna keep it smooth. And we're gonna start with the very first topic of navigation, basics and organizations in Workday. Now before that, anyone here has used Workday as an end user or as an implementer? There are a few things which folks who have used Workday are using it as an end user will be familiar with, like some of the basic navigations. Very simple, nothing rocket science. You're gonna learn that very easily. Let's start with that. We're gonna first understand we're gonna work with organizations as well. Sorry, with navigation. We're gonna hover a little bit on the organization. I'm not gonna go on a completely deep dive more than what organizations are, but we'll definitely look at some visuals on the same. We'll have a conceptual understanding after this session on what Workday organizations are. I wish the tenant was working and could have given you the demonstration, but we'll do that tomorrow. And some of the different organization types and what are the characteristics. The very first visual that we have is on the navigation. Now this needs to be updated because as of September 9th, the Workday user interface has changed a little bit, though it changed 6 months back as well. But few more changes got added as of September 9th, which kind of removes all the application box that you see onto somewhere in the center-ish. The application section that you see is no longer located here. It's located on the most left-hand side. And you still have the work that let's start from the top left first. You will have a Workday icon in the organization that you're working, just how you would notice. Sorry, what's the question? On the left-hand side, you would see the Workday icon. For any organization you will work, you will see your company icons. Like you're working for Google, you will see the Google icon. If you're working for Metaverse, you will see the icon for that. The next is the search. Now, the search is now somewhere located in the center. Has enhanced a lot. It uses a lot of machine learning. It uses some machine learning algorithm in the back end which gives you the most recent searches that you're looking for. It's not that smart, but it's very effective. Moving to it's primarily the same. The leftmost, which navigates to the notification. This looks like a bell icon. And this bell icon is like a bell icon. And the next one is a message, something related to inboxes. The symbol is like an email symbol, which you will see once we log into the tenant in the upcoming sessions. This is an inbox button. Now, the difference between your notifications And your inbox is the action that you need to take always comes in your inbox. Basically, any action items that is required of you, like you have to approve a transaction, you have to approve someone's time off, or you are a new journey. You have to complete your onboarding. You have to update your personal information, banking information, benefit elections, etc., etc. You will get all of that in your inbox because there's an action that you need to take. When it comes to notifications, it's by the name itself. It is for notifying purposes only. It notifies you of certain action that happened or someone did an action and you are a receiver of that notification. That you will get to understand this is what happened and this is the notification that I'm receiving. Sometimes, let's say, you apply for a time off. That request goes to your manager for approval. Now, as and when manager approves it, you get a notification that your time off request has been approved. Something like that. And the very most button, which is like a profile picture, that is your worker profile. And once you select that, you get all these drop-down menus. I know that this is not a very zoomed in picture of what that looks like, but a lot has changed since the beginning of 2022. We'll see that in the tenant. And in the center, whatever we see is very much customizable, whether you are an implementer, configurator, or an end user. It's the same interface. Yes, the interface remains the same. The only thing that will change is the number of applications that you see here will be different for an end user versus someone who is an admin. Hypothetically, if I'm an HR manager, I am working for an organization where we use Workday as the application or as a SIP product for us. In that case, I will have a different set. And as you just mentioned, anyone applying for a time off, applying for leaves, or maybe the hiring, or maybe the onboarding formalities. That is what, as a manager, I'll see the same page will be reflecting for a person who is working on the configuration of the workday as well. Absolutely. A very good example, if I'll share, is you yourself said that if you're an HR manager, you will have certain applications that will let you see everyone in your team time off. Correct? While if I'm one of the employee reporting to you, I won't have that access because I'm just an employee. You will have that workday access because you need to manage the team time off. You have someone in the team available at all times. For example, again, another example would be performance management. It's that time of the year where you evaluate your performances, and I've shared my goals and milestones. I've shared my feedback. Now you will also have a particular application here which gives you a consolidated list of what ratings you have provided to each and every reporting employer of yours, which I won't have access to. Based on basically what role you have, you get the security, and based on what security you have. You see, the interface remains the same, but what you see is based on what security you have. Got that? Thank you. Needless to say, there are quite more things in navigation basics, but that would become a lot more clear once we'll jump into the tenant, which, like I said, is down for maintenance as of today. We'll definitely look into that starting tomorrow. Now moving ahead, navigation is pretty simple. It's not. I'll show you that in the tenant because this already has been changed. I'll get this slide updated as well. I think it's been a while. Now coming to the important topic for today. And I know a lot of you are new to this. I don't know if you guys attended the demo sessions or not, but I'm a very visual person. I believe in notes. Two things very important, I would say, and this is that page where you'll have to make notes. I'll specifically mention where you have to make notes, but needless to say, if you're a person who learns a lot through their notes, then please feel free to make notes anytime. But if at a particular point, like on this page, I'm saying that please make notes, then please do, because that's going to help you in the upcoming sessions a lot. On this page, these are the primary concepts of Workday HCM. If you learn these, if you understand, I won't say learn thoroughly about it, because every topic has its own deep dive into itself. We can spend about like 20-30 hours on one topic. But what we do in this course is give you an understanding all these connectors, all these dots that we connect throughout the session, and understand that these topics that we are working on here are the core concepts of work. If you are a recruiting expert or an absence expert or a payroll expert, a benefits expert, learning this topic is going to help you take to the next step of whichever side you want to go towards. If you are into the recruiting side, understanding all these topics is going to help you become a better configurator, a better implementer. If you are into Workday payroll though, that requires additional training on to understanding what payroll is. But understanding these concepts will help you a lot in managing different areas of the HCM system and connecting that with the Workday payroll. A lot of the open positions in the market, if you LinkedIn is, I believe, based on my experiences, is the best source to search for open positions on Workday. You will see a lot of those ask for a lot of different areas, like they want someone who is absence, expert benefits, expert time tracking, and payroll. It's humanly not possible for one person to be expert in all these areas. There can be exceptional cases, but more than 95% cases, you can be a generalist like an HCM generalist, which covers a lot of these modules, certain areas of module, and you learn as you go. Even before we start on these topics, another recommendation or a suggestion for everyone who is aspiring to navigate your career towards a Workday consultant is focus on these concepts. Understand these concepts, understand the HCM system, understand the HCM ecosystem, and then apply for positions. Start applying for positions. During the middle of the course, I'll continue to poke you guys that this is the time. Update your LinkedIn profiles, start preparing your resumes, and start applying vigorously. Once you do that, you'll get some interview. You'll learn some feedback from those interviews. Once you start your career as a consultant in an organization, spend about 6 months or a year understanding the system from the eyes of that organization, because every organization set this Workday system differently. But the concept remains the same. The execution, the front end, or the logic that you use might be different based on different organizations, but the concept remains the same all. Once you spend about that much time, I think 6 to 8 months is enough, but if you want to be more confident, spend about a year and then navigate to a particular module of Workday, like absence or benefits or recruiting. Pick your area of expertise after you gain some experience. Don't jump into a particular area as of now, but if you're getting that opportunity, then definitely go with that as well. Continuing with the core concepts here, the very first, the very important one is organizations. I know it says supervisory organizations, but I'd like you guys to please make a note which only says organizations as a core concept. Put it in bold, put it in caps organization. And then pull out a few arrows out of that. I can help you with that. Just type in organization make a note of this. All and then supervisory organization, something similar to this. First, something similar to this. Location, something similar to this. And on and forth. Organization is your core concept here. All these other circles or oval shapes that we have, these are the different types of organizations. There are many more based on which industry, which domain your organization in it will vary. For example, if you are working in an educational industry, education, in that case, the organization definitely will have these. These are the most common ones, but additional to that, you will have something called as grants, something called as academic units, something called as gifts. Gifts are mostly incomes with education and solutions which are given to PG students, which are nothing but a form of grant but done in a particular form. Another type of organization, if I mentioned, is called as the IV. On this organization, this is Workday provided. Though all of these types are Workday delivered, but we create them. In case of retiring, we don't have to create anything. This is a self-created organization by Workday. And anytime you know what a retiree is. A person who's retiring from an organization, not termination, not leaving the organization, but retiring from that organization based on, let's say, they're retiring at an age of 60 or 65. You need to give a reason, though the process in the back end is you terminate that employer. And in the reason of termination, you give the reason as you're retiring. Based on that reason, that person is automatically unattached from all these different organizations and adds them to this particular organization. These are just certain different types of organization. Now the core concept that we have is called supervisory organization. This one, we'll talk a lot about it in detail into the upcoming sessions. We'll also have internet access. Things will become a lot clearer. But even before that, let me spend some time on organization, what they look like. Just by naming them does not clear the air that what they look like. All of these are nothing but a hierarchical structure, a tree-like structure, if you visualize them. All of these are nothing but a tree-like structure where you'll have a top node. All this will be a top node, and after that you will have subnodes. You'll have a lot of subnodes based on what your organization structure should look like. For example, if I talk about this particular example, I don't have a lot of arrows. It will take me a lot of time to connect all the arrows. I'll just keep a chart. You will have a top node. For example, if I talk about supervisory organization, you will have the top node, which will be managed by the CEO in most cases, Or it can be the like someone should be at the top level. Who's managing it? Who's the leader of that hierarchical structure? That top node can be of the CEO or someone from the executive management group, someone from the investor group, whoever that person is. Now, after that, you will have certain levels. Like this is level 1, this is level 2. Based on how your business names it, you can keep it. Level 0, level 1, level -1, level -2. It can be anything. You name it, you can have it. And there's no definition of how you name your levels. But you need to understand that from the top node, the characteristics of the top node. Like for example, if this top node, the recruiter for the top node is XYZ, the same person will be inheriting those. Like that same person will become the recruiting for level 1. We can definitely change it at any time, but by default there is an inheritance. Anything that comes from the top, basically on the characteristics of that organization, is inherited. We call these as subordinate organizations. All these also become subordinate organizations. Whatever comes from the top flows down the chain. All these different types of organizations are nothing but in a visual manner, something like this. You will have a top node. You will have some nodes below the top node. Then you will have multiple sub-nodes below one of these nodes. And that hierarchy flows on. And the inheritance flows from top to bottom. Any characteristics, which we'll definitely talk about what those are, will be inherited by these organizations as well. Similarly, the call center structure looks like this. The location structure looks like this. The pay group structure also looks like this. Can you just give me 1 minute? There's someone at the door. The organization are nothing but hierarchical structures, and the most important of all these different types of organizations is the supervisory organization. Because this structure is the only management, it puts employees into a management hierarchical structure. Now, without employees, without a management hierarchy, you cannot do anything with the system because one day it's an HCM system. It is meant to manage the employees. It's not to manage anyone outside the organization. It's built to manage the employees. All that employee data put into management structure is done using supervisory organization, which is why this is the most supervisory organizations. And it even says that supervisory organizations group employees into a management hierarchy. And these are required foundation for what they can see. Without these, because without supervisory organizations, you are not allowed to open new positions or open up positions anyway. If you don't have positions, you cannot hire people. If you cannot hire people, there's no use of this system. Supervisory organizations is the foundation of your working, HCM. Beneath that to your question, do we have only these 4 organizations? No, there are many types of organizations based on which industry you're working in, like retirees, another one. There are more organizations like grants, academic units, matrix organizations, customer organizations. There are a lot of different types. I'm just giving you some of the common ones which we will also create and we look into. Maybe not the pay group, but location, cost center, and supervise is something that we will create. There's a lot more to it once we jump into the hands-on mode of it, and we'll talk a lot about that all. The next topic, which is in continuation of supervisory organization, is staffing models. Now, if you're making notes, please make a note something like this. If you're making notes on staffing models, please make a note something like this. Put your staffing model in bold and then position your match. You can make a note. I know when in writing it can be in a better format, but excuse my creativity here. But this is how you need to make note on staffing models. There are two types, position management and job management. As of now, just make a note of this and we'll talk a little later. Basically, excuse me, these models are nothing but that defines how we hire people, how the jobs and positions are created, all. Excuse me one second. All moving on to the next core concept, which is again in continuation and very much related to supervisory organizations and staffing models. The next topic is job profiles. No note that you need to make specifically. You can even not make a note of that. That's absolutely. It's a very smaller concept, and we will spend maybe a session on this, but discussing it in conjunction with supervising staffing model, it makes this job profile is a very important topic. Though what it does is it defines generic features and characteristics of a job and of a position that is built off that profile. What that means is if you're working in an organization as a business analyst, then your business analyst is your job profile. As simple as that. Now, how that job profile is created? It's very easy. We learned that, but how that job profile is used in multiple areas of Workday. That is what we'll understand through this concept. And in continuation to that, we'll start with compensation, which is a very important, very hands-on, very dynamic, very interesting topic which will spend about more than 2 sessions at a minimum. It might take up about 4 sessions as well. And when you're making notes for this, the notes that you need to make is something like this. Compensation package is equal to compensation rate. All. Whenever we talk about core compensation, there's something called as advanced compensation as well, which is not the scope of this course. Just give me 1 second. Yep. Whenever we talk about core compensation for Workday, these three terms should immediately pop up in your head. And what that terms are: compensation package is equal to compensation grade plus compensation plan. Compensation package is equal to compensation grade plus compensation plan. Print these three terms in your memory because these are gonna help you a lot. Compensation is a heavy topic. Heavy in the sense that it takes time because the hands on that I specifically divide that. We can cover these hands on in 1 hour, but I do that in 3 hours. Why? Because I spend an hour on each of these topics, dedicated sessions on each of these topics. Make sure that everyone in the team has an understanding of what these are. Though compensation grades are further like something called as grade profiles or plan profiles. You can just like somewhere on the side of this topic. You can make a note of this as well in parentheses or anything that you will relate when we come to this topic. And rest we'll talk about comes into the dedicated session. Now the next two topics, security and business processes, highest importance if you want to understand Workday. If you understand these two topics, you'll be able to tackle more than 50% of the day-to-day issues that Workday consultants face, irrespective of which module you are in. Even if you're not able to tackle those problems, you will at least be able to understand those problems, and that is a big win. We'll talk about security in a lot detail. We might spend about a complete week on understanding security and in understanding business processes. Though these topics are easy to understand, it's just that I personally take a lot of time to make sure that these topics are delivered in different chunks of information, and all those chunks, like you see here, groups, security policy, securable items, are very much clear to everyone. A lot of hands, a lot of interesting terminologies, a lot of interesting concepts that you will learn here. Like in business process, very interesting topic, a lot of things to learn, and it continues to evolve. There's a lot of innovation happening on business processes, but the concept of understanding, once you get these, you'll be limitless, at least in the core HCM domain, which is huge. Knowing this security and business processes, you can dive into understanding benefits, absence or time, tracking or time off, module onboarding, recruiting, even performance, just by understanding security and business processes. All you have to do is understand how onboarding works, or you have to do understand how performance works and implement that. In the back end, it's all a combination of security and business processes. These 6 concepts give you a complete understanding of what core HCM is. There are 2 more topics which are not considered as core concept but are as critical as they go. Those are EIBs and reports, which again we'll spend like specifically for when it comes to reports. We'll spend about a week on that topic, but I'll be brutally honest about that. Reporting is something which one can learn about, maybe 5 or 10% through our training, but the rest is learned completely hands on once you start with an organization. But we give you that 10% with 100% guarantee that you will understand those. And the other type is EIBs, which though is part of all the integrations, which is not in the scope of core HCM, but EIBs are important to know on how they work, how they execute. I'll talk about EIBs a lot. That would be our last topic. What those are and how those are integrations. Those are nothing but bulk uploads. Let's say if you want to change business title of 50 or 100 employees at once, you won't be doing that manually. For those cases, you have EIBs, which are nothing but manages your bulk uploads. And there are a lot of other use cases to that. All those are structured in an order. We continue with these topics in the same order as we see here. We'll start with supervising organizations, then to staffing models, then to job profiles, compensation, and then security and business processes. The first 3 topics we'll cover easily. They don't take much time. Based on how a particular batch is picking up the concepts, how the base is going, these assignments change as we speak, though the concept remains in. Like, I'll give you the assignment of that. You have to create organizations, you have to create XYZ, you have to create A, B, C. But there is no dedicated concept because everyone in the batch will have to create these. It's not like I create it for you and then you can use that. No, you will have to create your own. Then only you will be able to understand. All these assignments, I'll repeat them multiple times in that particular session that this is the assignment. Please make a note of this. And in the next session, if you have questions, that is the only way I'll know that you have spent time in practicing those. Even if you have not completed it, that's absolutely. This is not a school. This is not. We all are professionals. I do not. Please do not expect me to ask you that. Have you completed that? And I'm also not expecting the same that you complete that. Though I definitely want you guys to complete those assignments because those are gonna help you in getting the job that you're looking for. This is what we will be discussing as of today. There's nothing new. There's nothing more that we'll discuss today. Now I'll open up the board for any questions that you have. Maybe on a high level, but since we need like a third party system to test those, it does not make much sense to even cover those. But if there is a good amount of people who would like to know those, I can definitely spend about some time on that. We are looking for the techno functional. It is for only one of the core concepts, or else you are going to take all these issues like technical also. All these hands on are all technical, which in the end makes your techno functional consult. What type of technical concepts you could be teaching for us? All these core concepts are technical in nature. For every session that we have, there is some hands-on. This is for basically functional or else techno-functional. After completing this course, it's up to you which side you want to take, and it's both. We'll cover everything on the technical side. We'll cover everything on the conceptual side. You will be called like core connector workers and like nothing on core connectors because that is primarily integrations, but we'll only talk about the theory of core connectors, what those are and how they work. It should be given as like not into technical. I mean only theory, only for the CC devils. Yes, mostly on that side. Sure, thank you. If you want to learn in detail about core connectors and integrations, then they have dedicated course only for work integration. I'll request you to check details on that. Oh, only you should be given only for the limited, like up to EIBs only. You should be given only up to EBs only. Yep. Even when we say you work as a functional consultant or techno functional, these two are also very broad terms. In techno functional, how technical you are, there is no way of telling that you will only understand once you start working as a consultant or as a workday professional, I would say. But if you are aspiring to be a functional person, then you definitely need to understand these concepts. And if you are aspiring to be a technical person, workday technical, then definitely a lot of hands on these concepts. Anyway, these concepts are needed in both sense. The usability of that might differ based on what role you're in. Because I'm using all this, but as a basic thing, only as an end user, I'll be doing all this stuff. Yes, maybe as an end user, if you navigate to Workday system, you can look at your compensation. Yes. But how it is configured in the backend, we'll do that in this course. Yes, what do you see in your system? Let's say if you're a manager, if what you see in your system and what information you can see about your employees is based on what security you have. In this course, you'll understand how you set up that security. Not only you will understand the functional side of it, which you already have access to from what I understand, but you'll also learn to understand. You'll also understand and learn how to set those up in the backend. Do we get any kind of implementation guide for self-reading? A short answer is no. And I'm sorry there's no long answer for this because Workday is not an open source tool. There's no documentation that you will find outside anywhere. If you're finding it, that's not good. Someone is putting it out there, which should not be good. But, and whatever you see in these presentations is based on the experience. This is no copyright of this. You have not. It's also recommended that you do not share this information because you will get in trouble if anybody catches you sharing this information with anyone else. What we share here is the experience that we have gained. We're not sharing any insights into what Workday is doing. We are just sharing you how the tool works and how you can set that up. And there's no self-reading guides. If you find something on Amazon anywhere, that's not what it is. Please be aware of that. Can we directly take Workday integration course without HCM? Yes, you can, but knowing the core concepts is gonna help you. And if you want to take integration course, it requires some level of programming. What is the difference between techno, functional and functional? I think I already answered that. It would be helpful. I won't say that this would be like a required thing, but see what we do in the demonstration is just do an overview of what Workday is, why Workday is. Like most popular, most highly valued tool in the system. It just kind of warms you up for the course that's coming up. That's all. We do not discuss any concepts or any technical information about Workday in the demo. But in the demo, it kind of answers a lot of questions that obviously everyone has doubts about. What are the prospects of getting a job? What are the certification and all those things? We kind of got all those questions in that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to keep the session very light. We just want to navigate to a few of the navigation basics that we have. Now this navigation screenshots needs to be updated, but I have a real-time tenant with us. This is how your Workday tenant looks like as of today after all the updates that Workday has made. This is how your tenant looks like. You have a nice photo of you people walking, dogs barking, etc., etc. This is your home page. Now, this can be a lot customized. You can have your inbox items here. Display some of your inbox items. You can add announcements here. If you want to add announcements, you can just run the task. Maintain announcements. Oh, this one. Configure announcements. You can add that here. If you want to do that, which dashboard? This would be a home dashboard where you want to add these. I'm just playing around a little bit just to show you how this looks like. You can have a rule, let's say for a particular group of users. Only those announcements will be visible. You can do that. You can have a message from, let's say, a message from Logan McNeese, who is one of our super users, a super admin. And what the message is, this is for you as you are awesome. You can have something like this configured on your home page. And this Workday icon, like we talked about, this would be something of your company logo. Now, this is a Workday tenant. That's why it's by default giving you Workday symbol. But you can change it to something else as well, which would be your company's logo. And this is like your home button on your iPhones or your Android phones. This brings you here now. If you notice that there's an announcement which is added, you can also add an image if needed. Just a small navigation example. Now, starting from the top left. Now, this is something that very recently Workday added. What this does is exactly what you have here. This link that you see here, which says View All Apps. If you click here, it automatically opens the menu button on the top left. Let's try that. If I click here, it opens up your menu button. All these different worklets on, there are different terminologies which are very interchangeably used here, like worklets, gimmicks, buttons. But the technical term for these values are worklets. These are your worklets like dashboard, compensation, career, talent, time off. You can add more. And the more technical term for these which Workday uses is applications. Like you see here, it's called as apps. But on the community, if you want to search something, you can search it by the name of worklets as well. If you want to add another app, let's say you want to add benefits. It's now added. Oh, where did it go? Oh, this person does not have the security to see that, though it's surprising that they have the security to add it. But again, coming to the question that someone asked the other day, excuse me, does everyone, is this interface same for everyone? Yes, the interface, the home page, in fact, the complete Workday interface is the same for everyone, whether you are an end user or you are an implementer or a configurator. In that case as well, based on what security you have, you will see all these worklets. Another good feature which Workday has recently added is shortcuts. Now, if you are an implementer or an end user, if you are used to running a particular report every single day, you can add that report as a shortcut here. If you are a configuration person, if you run a particular task every single day, you can add that task here. All you have to do is add shortcuts. It's fine for the shortcut. Let's say there's a new hire report which you run every single day. Let's say this one. You can add that as a shortcut onto your Shortcuts tab, and this is here. Now, this will not be for everyone. This will be specific to your user profile. If I am adding this here, that means it will only be visible to me. You can have your own shortcuts. You can add up to a maximum of 10 shortcuts, like let's say here, but the apps would also be specific to my security. Some of the apps are common for everyone, like a time off worklet, which is not added here. Let's add that. There's no time off worklet. It's surprising. Maybe this person does not have the security for all that. You can add shortcuts here up to 10. You can remove them by using the Edit button. Previously, this was all here, but now it's here. It has made our life easier because previously we have to add any apps here. There are multiple steps that we have to go through, like maintain dashboards, then select something, then add a particular app. Let me show you how we previously used to do this. You can put maintain dashboards. This is the report which you run. Once this report runs, then we filter here based on our code. Now, all this I'm doing some kind of navigation within the system, like I ran this report, maintain dashboards. You see, these are different columns because this is a report. Say the report has a column, and if you want to filter something, you can just click on the column at the column level. Just click here, you will see a drop down. You can sort them based on ascending or descending. You can have filter conditions. Now I'm filtering my dashboard for home. Editor. Then if I go into the edit mode, click on worklets. You see, now it's called worklets. On the home page, these are called apps. These are the same things. If I maximize this, see, we add compensation there. We add employer rewards people journey. You can add worklets from here, the same way you're adding applications. Our life are a little easier. Now you can just add the apps there. You don't have to do all these steps. Now, if I have to go back to my page, I can just click the view icon. That will take me back to the home page. Now the next thing is let's talk about things over on the This is your profile button. This is how it looks like. You click on the profile. This is a testing environment. That's why you would see a different information here. Usually the information is much more presentable. The UI is much better, but this is giving you an account information which we don't need. Usually the profile looks something like this. And you click on the profile button. You click your profile. This is how your profile looks like. All these tabs on the this particular block, this block, the education block, the feedback block, all these are customizable. The job details, all these are customizable. And what I mean by customizable is it's the business decision if you want to keep them here or not. How much information are you sharing with an end user? And based on the security, what they can see. Over to the left, this is common for everyone, but again, based on which particular area of Workday you have enabled. Let's say if you're not using Workday Payroll, you will not have this. If you're not using Workday Benefits, you will not have this. Likewise for performance or for the travel. If you're not using these, then you won't have these. And then you have a phone button, you have an email, or this team button navigates to an organization structure. This might take a few seconds to load. This is how that construction looks like, which we'll definitely talk about a lot in detail once we get to those topics. Going back to our profile view, you will obviously have a profile picture like this. You can edit that. You can also download this information in a PDF if needed, but not much. You have your name and then you have your title here. And then there's one of the most important items, or I would say one of the most powerful things that Workday has done is this Actions button. This button is called as Related Actions. By the name itself, this is an Actions button. But another thing which relates to this, you see these three dots anywhere. You see these view links. These are nothing but objects. And you would see related actions. This button is called Related Actions. It is the same button as this Actions button. And this Related Actions button gives you all the options of transactions that we can do or the data that you can see. Same way, if I click here, based on what security you have, you will see the options. Like, for example, if I have to initiate a compensation event, these are all the options that I get. This is completely based on what security you have. An employee who is an end user will definitely not have all these options because they don't have any security or any privilege to initiate any transactions for any other employees except for themselves. They cannot apply time off for anyone else. They can only apply time off of themselves. They cannot initiate a performance rating for anyone. They can only do it for themselves. They cannot update anyone's personal information. They can only do it for themselves. But since this user is a super admin, super user, they have all the security access. That's why you see all these options. But the important things to learn here is this Related Actions button. You will see it of everywhere you have object, which is this view links. We'll talk about objects in detail as well in a later session, but these are all different objects. This position. This is a lot customizable on the hand side. The left hand side remains the same, but definitely you can change a few things. Like if you don't want the phone number to be displayed here, you can do that. This was about your profile button, and then you have other options as well. My account. These are some older options which people don't use much. You also have voted, like Google, you have voted. This has to be enabled. If it's enabled, then only you will see that option. And this works in a similar concept of how your work drive is. Obviously not that intuitive or not that user friendly. And definitely is not up and running. We can just go back to that. Coming to the next one from the Is Your Inbox button, which we talked about yesterday. All the transaction items you get in your inbox. Another word for these transactions are work feeds. You have all these action items like you have to do this transaction. That is why it's in your inbox. There's a lot of business process definition error. There's a legal name change event that is happening, which is here. All the transaction items get into your inbox, and once you finish a particular transaction, it goes into your archive tab. The next button from the is your notifications, which looks like a bell icon if I zoom it in a little bit. You see this bell icon. This is your notifications. And these are nothing but just giving you information that is needed for you to do any transaction or take any further actions. Now, for example, this is a custom notification. I can see it says notify some legal party holder for you. This is a recipient. This is a subcheck. Will employ this, etc., etc. We can have custom notifications as well, which we'll create and run once we start with the business process method. Last but not the least, this is called as Workday Assistant. This is nothing but a chatbot, which Workday recently came up with a few other releases. It needs a special integration connection which is not available, I think is not set up here. Again, this is something like a standard chatbot which you have for any services. Let's say you want to change legal name, just type in change legal name and it will give you some directions. Now it's not working because there might be some connection errors in the backend, but this is something which, if your organization decides to use, you can use it. Now, last but not up, I've already said that, but the most important piece is which you will use every time you are in the tenant is your search bar. Now, this search bar has become a lot powerful over the years since I started working as a consultant. Today, a lot of whatever you do, just type in here, you will find some of the other information. Let's say if I want to create anything, I'll do create location. I have these tasks I can use. If I know there's already an existing table for something, an existing information for something, I just use a maintain work shifts, for example, maintain work priorities, maintain work profile. And if I want to run a report, if I know the name of the report, I can just type it here, new hire report. You can very well easily navigate or differentiate because this is a report. This is a report definition. A report definition is nothing but the blueprint of that report. Basically, the backend structure, the backend definition of that support. All these are report. This is a custom dashboard. This is a user. You can see by the logo also. If it's a task like previously, I'll just try and maintain work power profile. It's a task. Now not only have to write these complete names, even if I write maintain work powers, work tables still show me some options which I can literally add. The more, the better matching it gets. Based on that, you will get those options. But let's say if you're not sure what the task is, what you're trying to find, you can just write certain keywords. Like if I'm running a task as create location, I'll start with just typing location and click enter and see what all options that I get. If you're trying to find something, you're not sure whether there's a task or report or any worker exists with that particular name, just type it here. Hit enter and layer on the options over to the left. Always search on the more categories. And you would see that it shows you about 50 people which has location in their particular name, location, and it will be highlighted. There are 59 tasks and reports, which has location as one of the keywords. You have 50 recruiting positions that has location. This does not have location. It might have some in the back end which is not displaying on the front. Certain staffing transactions. There must be some location transaction because I can see the recruiting transactions on that. Same way you can navigate to what you're looking for. And these are nothing but different functional areas of Workday which this key down. If you can make a note of this. Functional areas. We'll talk about this a lot in detail once we start with the recruiting security topics. But you can make a note of that keyword as of today. Like if I want to search for any organizations, I can look for that. Navigation is a lot easier to understand, a lot easier to navigate, and it never ends. The navigation learning never ends. Every time we do something in the system, there's something new. You can see that is something new that you have navigated to. You can customize your search options as well using this, but the Workday default search is very great. You don't need to change anything. If needed, we can definitely do that. That was all about your basic navigation within the system. We'll continue with the organization topic that we started with. Again, today will be a little light session, but today we're going to focus on the very 4 core concepts that we have for supervisory organizations. We'll talk about in detail on what those are. To understand supervisory organizations, you first have to understand what organizations are. All organizations are nothing but they organize workers into groups. That's our common purpose. Now, when that grouping of workers for employees, it becomes a supervisory organization. When it's organizing different locations in a group, it becomes location hierarchy. When it's organizing different call centers into groups, it becomes call center hierarchy. All these are nothing but different types of organizations. These types are Workday delivered. Though you can create your custom organization types as well, but I have not seen any organization using any custom types. We'll use the one that I want to deliver. Typically represent how work is done and how the workforce is structured, can serve many other purposes, and are used across the entire platform. All the worker data, all the employee data is organized through supervisory organization, which is the foundation, which is the most important type of organization. Because without that, you won't have any workers. You need the supervisory organizations to create positions. Once you create a position, then only you can hire workers into it. You can create a location hierarchy. You can create a call center hierarchy. You can create a company hierarchy. But until and unless you won't have workers, these things will not matter at all. Workers are tied to multiple independent organization types, each with a different purpose. A very good example is, for example, in the visual that is on the hand side, if you pick up the employee on the top left. Now this employee is part of supervisory organization Z and is linked. Looking at the third point, workers are tied to multiple independent organizations. This worker is tied to region Y. At some place or other, there would be a call center also attached or linked to this employee. And that suffices the explanation to this third point that these are tied to region call center or independent organization types. Region can be understood as location or location hierarchy. Call centers are nothing but the financial buckets. It's a financial term but very commonly used in the HCM ecosystem as well. These are nothing but buckets of money which are assigned to leaders, which are used for company expenses and all the hiring promotions. Any tool buying all these expenses. Every employee will be linked to a location and a call center at a minimum. Supervisory organization has workers. Other types of organizations has like location or call centers, which are then linked to workers at the time of hire process or at the time of creating the position. Because when you create position, you have to define which location you're hiring, for what job profile you're hiring for, which manager you are hiring for. The manager question gives you the supervisory organization. The location answers the region area, which call center is based on the different organization assignments. Please make a note of this keyword. This term organization assignments somewhere in bold. And we'll talk about that a little later. And what are organizations used for? Without organization, you won't need security reporting or business processes. Because if you don't have employees, what would you do with security reporting or business processes? Once you have different organizations, what an employee can see and do comes from security assignments. What information that is loaded in the system or created in the system, or transactions that happen on a day-to-day basis. You can look at those transactions at a holistic view in a report format through Workday Report. And the ability to initiate or execute transactions on workers or locations or different types of organizations are allowed for business processes. Though all these three are entirely independent topic and dependent on organizations because we have dedicated sessions. Dedicated. What I mean by independent was we have dedicated sessions for all these topics, which we'll be discussing in detail. But you need to understand, once we reach these topics, we need to be very clear on what organizations are, how they are used or to create them, how to use them. Demonstration 1 Organization charts and reports. For that, we'll jump into the tenant that we have now a standard org structure that can be used. For example, I was just testing something. I have this organization and basically I have this company, which is all as Soling. I created this and you can see that this is of type company. It does not have any members as of now. I did not do any hiring. If I open up a new tab, it's not the option. If you see here, I created an organization, another organization which is of type supervisory. All these are the subordinates. The subordinates are also of type supervisory. Their superior is level C. Now looking at the org chart, you can just go to the related actions. You will see the option org chart or navigate hierarchy. Either of those will give you a structured view. If you see, here I'm looking at an org chart where I have SOL level 0, then SOL level 1.1, 1.2. Based on how your business is, the naming convention needs to be followed. Like you cannot be creating SOL level 1 here and then SOL level 0 there. That will create a lot of confusion and your reports, they'll be picked up. This is just one of the type of, I would say, organization which is of type supervisory, which in the upcoming sessions we create each of you. There will be assignments. Each of you will have to create these organizations, give them a unique name, and we'll start from there. Another example, if I show you, I created this type now. Not this one. This is another type of organization location hierarchy. All it has a subordinate soul in New York. If I open this up, all types are too. Manish, I'll get back to you in a minute. We have another structure which is a type location hierarchy for Seoul in QSA, which has these locations, Boston and California, which also has another location hierarchy for New York. Under New York, there might be different province in New York, Queensland. I'm literally forgetting the different areas of New York, but you can add those as different locations. Coming back to the visual that we have here, different types of organizations but linked together. Now the linking is not the linking is not visible, excuse me, because we did not hire anyone yet, which we will obviously do in the upcoming sessions. Just a visual of different org charts and how do they look through it. Some of the key behaviors of organization types. Workers are assigned to organizations during staffing events or on an ad hoc basis. Staffing events are nothing but all the transactions related to your employees when it comes to staff hiring, terminations, transfers, promotions, anything related to worker which make a change on their worker profile or the position or the organization as a whole. Everything those are staffing events. But the primary ones are a termination, hire change job which covers your transfer, promotion, manager changes, etc., etc. Organizations can be combined into hierarchies to represent how organizations roll up to one another. The hierarchy, the charts that we looked at, is nothing but a rolled up view of how small elements rolled up into bigger hierarchies. Like the USA hierarchy had Boston and I think California. If you're looking from bottom to top, it's nothing but a roll up of different organizations into regions. Maybe a grouping of all regions is clubbed into a much higher region as well. Workers are assigned to organization roles which are tied to security access. Now, this is a very important point. I would like each one of you to please make a note of this complete statement. I'll give you guys like 20 seconds to do that. Please make a note of this third point. All, make sure that you make a note of this statement. Workers are assigned to organization roles which are tied to security access. Highlight this, put it in a box or a circle or anything. We'll come back to this point once. We'll start with security. A very important point which we'll discuss in a lot in detail about this. And also let me touch upon this point once. We'll do hands on creating positions and working with staffing models. That is when this point will also be reiterated. On the last point, organization assignments are defaulted on transactions and used for reporting purposes. This statement could have been written in a much simpler way, that organization assignments are inherited from the superior organizations. What that means is if I go here, if I navigate to, I'm at soul level 0 and every organization, every supervisor organization has these different tabs. And one of the tab is Organization Assignments, which has this as my company, this as my call center. All of my subordinates, which are nothing but one level below organizations, will be inheriting these organizations. If I go to, let's say 1.2, go to Organization Assignments, you will see the same things. I did not assign them here. I just assigned all of these at level 0. Once I created level 0, I assigned these organization assignments at level 0, and then I created these subordinates, and in turn, all of them got these. I'll show you another example. Let's say from level 1.2, I'll create another level. I'll just create that real quick. Let's have the naming convention, so level 1.1, 1.2. I'll give it the name, so level 2.1. Now I did not do anything else. I've already created level 1.2. Let's go back to again soul level 0. From soul level 0, I created at 2.1 from here. If you see here, this is my subordinate. If I open this up, if I go to the organization assignments, you would see the same things. That is what this point is saying, that organization assignments are defaulted on transactions and used for reporting purposes. In a simpler term, they are inherited. They inherit everything from the superior organization. Not only organization assignments or security groups, your roles. Now another perspective or another viewpoint to look at the statement is, let's say, if I hire someone in this particular organization, so level 1.2. Which is somewhere in the middle of 2.1 and level 0. If I navigate here, this is our top node, which is 1.2 and 1.1. Now 1.2 has another organization of itself. Now let's say if I'm hiring for this organization automatically, I won't say automatically, I'll use the statement that is given in the presentation. The transaction that will happen, the hire event, the hire transaction that will happen will by default pick up the company and the call center, which are the organization assignments here, of the one that are assigned at this level or inherited at this level. Anytime you do a hiring for this one, it will take all the attributes, basically the organization assignments that we're talking about in that transactions. Obviously, there's a lot of hands on that we will be going through, and each of these points will be iterated once we go through those hands on. Because once we do that, you will be much more confident in doing the hands on yourself, and the assignments that will be given are broken down into smaller chunks, which in turn will create your complete hierarchy of these structures. But those are assignments broken down into chunks, which we'll start sharing starting next week. Until then, I think everyone should also have access to the tenant and will be incompletely hands-on. These are some of the key characteristics or behaviors of the organizations. And you don't need to worry about if you remember this. You don't need to recall or cram these behaviors. These are something that you will realize yourself once you will be doing your assignments. And once you do it yourself, you won't even be worrying about what are staffing assignments What are organization assignments? Those will already be making sense and you will just remember them forever. But as long as you complete those assignments, that is the key to learning all these behaviors. Reorganization task. We can skip this for now. We'll talk about that in upcoming sessions. Supervisory organization, the most important part. Supervisory organizations are required and critically important to HCM. Why? Because all workers are hired into a supervisory organization. Group supervisory organizations group workers into a management hierarchy to specify who reports to whom. Who reports to whom? Basically, in the visual that is on you can see three boxes. Visualize them as three different employees who are reporting to the bigger box with the manager. This, in turn, is nothing but a smaller visual of what a management hierarchy looks like. Nothing but an off track, basically. Supervisory organizations report to one another to form supervisory organizations. You create more organization, they will report to the manager, and that continues to grow. Now, in real world, you might not be doing these or creating these on a day-to-day basis. Only in the case when there's a lot of hiring that is happening, you're hiring a lot of managers, you're hiring a lot of employees, or there's a lot of reorganization that is happening. For example, if someone in the senior leadership has decided to move on to a different organization and the senior leadership has decided to restructure how their management looks like. In that case, you will be deactivating any empty organizations, basically cleaning up anything and everything related to supervisory organizations. And you'll be moving around a lot of supervisory organizations from here and there. Which brings us to the second last point. Each supervisory organization has one and only one superior. That is true. No supervisory organization can be reporting to two supervisory organizations. Basically, if I go back here, soul level 2.1 can only have one superior. It cannot be reporting to another soul organization. That will not happen. Workday does not allow that. In fact, there's no option to even do that. It provides the context for staffing actions. Basically, every transaction that happens on Worker is because you have supervisory organizations, because supervisory organization holds worker records, basically hold workers in a short sense, and transactions happen on worker profiles in most cases. Only one question. In certain organizations, we see a dotted line kind of reporting. In Workday, it's not possible at all. Dotted line reporting. I mean, it's similar to an alternate manager. I mean, the person is going on leave, and on behalf of him, for that specific period, the alternate manager assigned will be managing the reportees of the subordinates. That can happen, but that is specific to employees, not supervisory organizations. It can happen that, for example, in this case, let's say the visual that we have here on the bigger box, which is a manager, is on leave all. Someone else can basically be an acting manager until this person comes back. But that does not mean that this organization, which the manager is responsible for, is reporting to some other one. No, that will not happen. The second, last point means that the organization, Like in this case, let's say someone at the SOL level 1.2 is on leave of absence. Another manager can be placed here temporarily, but SOL level 2.1 will still continue to report to 1.2. It will not report to the organization for that manager. Does that make sense? Because now we are at the organization level. We have not reached to worker level as of now. We're only talking about organizations. These are the backbone of your Workday system. We're only talking about organizations. Once we start hiring people into these organizations, then it will be a different case. Then, absolutely, and this happens. This is a pretty common case. Employees go on leave of absence and someone they basically do delegation. We don't have like a dotted line reporting structure, but what happens is the tasks are delegated. There's a concept called as delegation within voting. Any action that a manager needs to take that will be delegated to someone else. That is how that works. Thank you. The parent, the supervisory organizations are basically the sub-level of the organizations. And the parent is, could you please explain me that relationship in your example? SOL level 1.2. Sure, in this case SOL, level 2.1 is the child, or we call it the subordinate in technical terms. And SOL, level 1.2 is the parent or the supervisory organization. The parent is the supervisory organization, is it? No, all of these are supervisory organizations. Now in this example, SOL level 1.2 becomes subordinate and SOL level 0 becomes the parent. All these are typed supervisory. Got it. But now this one is a parent because it has a child node which is a subordinate. If I go up, SOL level 1.2 becomes a subordinate to SOL level 0. Got it. There's nothing like supervisory is like the parent. No. All these are of type supervisory. Got it. What if there is no subordinate? For example, in hierarchy pattern there is a manager and the manager doesn't have any subordinate, but he still is a title as a manager. Would that come under as a supervisory? As per the Workday concept, a manager is not someone who holds the title of manager. A manager is someone who has some of the other organization or employee reporting to that person. You need to have at a minimum one person reporting to that person. Then only Workday understand that person to be a manager. And it asks you to create a supervisory organization for them. Now we have created SOL level 0, SOL level 1.2, 1.1. You see these parentheses. Start hiring people. You will see these parentheses will be populated by the name of the managers. Just by giving someone a title of manager does not make them a manager as per the Workday concept. You need to have some people reporting to that person then and also have a supervisory organization. Then only that person is considered as a manager by the Workday. Does that make sense? I'm trying to put in a few examples in my mind to understand this. Like for example, now we have many VPs and not necessary that all the VPs have team members to lead. But again, the designation still remains to VP. Designation does not define whether they are managers or not, but yes, this is pretty common. And I think every other organization that because if VP says I want my title to be this, You have to change it because he or she is a VP. You cannot deny that. But that does not mean that. As for, they will have a supervisory organization of their self. As per Workday Concepts, a supervisory organization means that someone is there that is reporting to you. That's why you have a dedicated organization for yourself, which we call a supervisory organization. Then only we assign a manager to that organization, because then only we can say that this manager is managing this organization. In the case that you said that you have VPs who does not have any reportings, that person is literally not managing any employees. That VP is only in the company for decision making. Got it? That is what that means. Thank you. Any other questions? Let me see what do we have next. We create our own. We'll not go about this one. Yes, that is this. We will create locations as well. We will create locations as everything we will do. We will create part centers as well, companies as well. Yes. Not this one. This is out of scope. This too. This will be all of this. Whatever that is left in this presentation is mostly hands-on, and we will do the hands-on first and then we'll come to the presentations. And again, I'm repeating, we are going slow. We'll continue with this pace, but this will change once we finish this topic. It's gonna take a couple more sessions to complete the organization concepts, organization topic, including the hands-on. Might take 3 sessions based on how Q&A happens, but anytime you have a question, just raise your hand and we'll take up that question. For today's session, this is where we'll stop and we'll start with the next hands-on, basically complete hands-on mode starting next week. I'll wait for another couple of minutes if you have any questions, else we'll conclude the session. If you don't have any questions, you can please feel free to drop off. I was just trying to navigate through that. I got my Tenant SS. I was trying to navigate through the whole day. I was trying to add some in the profile. There was favorites or something. I was just trying to add some favorite icons to that, but I could not see that. There were only 2 icons available on favorites and I was trying to add some favorites and add one more to that, but I could not see that means because I don't have access to that or something else. Can you help me with the stuff that you started with? Can you help me with the steps that you started with? Like what were you trying to do? If you can guide me. I went to the profile and it's the profile icon on the not there on the yes there. And it was sitemap. After that, there is a favorites there. Manage, yes, there were some 3 lines. I was trying to add some favorites, yes. Here I was trying to add something like compensation, something I got in the 3 buttons on the top. I got yes, compensation and benefits. Yes, I'm getting it here. I did not get it here. It comes to the favorite reports. It depends on what you're adding, like what we just added as a report. It's not a report. This is a little confusing. It says favorite reports and then it says task. Just navigate to one of these tabs and see which category it fell into. Now it's compensation and benefits. I thought that it is going to come in, that means favorites. It's going to come in that first icon itself. I was wondering where it went. If you want to do that, then add the shortcuts. And the shortcut here. I don't know if the same thing would be a shortcut as well. Let's see if compensation is something that just compensation and benefits here. Bring it sometimes. It's already added now. Go back, go to your shortcuts. If you click this, it will bring you to the same page. I was going through the videos. It was written that the Workday icon can be changed. Yes, this is a Workday given tenant. That's why it's the Workday icon. Usually this will be a company logo. Means the company is using Workday. Does not mean that it will be having that Workday icon. The organization, it depends on the organization. Yes, whatever that company logo is, they will use that here. They are not using this logo, what we see here. Correct. Thank you. Now, in today's sessions, we'll create all these other types of organizations, including supervisory organizations like locations. We'll understand the location hierarchy. We'll create subordinates as well. Or previously, what we did is we understood the concept of supervisory organization. Now there are multiple types of organization like companies. One time, all. If I search for this maintain organization, see there's a report which says maintain organization done. You can run this report and you see there are these many different types of organizations that one can create, including companies. One of them cost center. Location and region is also on. Some organizations use region, some people use location, but I have commonly seen organizations using location as one of them. And then if I go into the hierarchy of company, hierarchy cost center, hierarchy region, hierarchy location, and many more like these, and each of them has a different purpose. In case of HR, you have matrix organization supervisory, retiree, and work team. Each of them used for different purposes, but supervisory is the core foundation. And then in the pay, you have pay group and payroll company. You can also create custom organization types, as in when needed. But I've not seen organizations relying on this much because reporting becomes a lot difficult when it's matrix organizations or custom organizations. We'll be creating supervisory organization, we'll be creating company, we'll be creating location, we'll be creating cost center, and also we will add locations into the location hierarchies. Now, each of these organizations has subtypes. Let's start with create company. This is the task that you have to create. And every time you create a particular type of organization, whether it's company, it's a location, it's a cost center, or a supervisory organization, you have to enter or create a reorganization event because the technical or the process or the concept that we are working with is nothing but managing different organizations, which is nothing but called as reorg or reorganization within an organization. Every time you create a type of organization, whether it's company, cost center, location, region, or supervisory, it will ask you for a reorganization event. Now that does not mean that if I'm creating 10 organizations today, I have to create a separate reorganization event. If you are doing or creating organizations on a particular, and this is only specific to when you're creating organizations, not anything else. If you're creating compensation, great. This has nothing to do with that. If you're creating benefits or eligibility rule or setting up time off, nothing to do with this. This is only specific to when you are creating organizations, any type of organizations, and not all of them even ask for it. But most of them do. Let's say if I create 5 organizations today and that worked well. Now, maybe after a week I get another request. I have to create 15 more organizations. In that case, I'll create a new organization event because my date has been updated. My effective date for the event, the reorganization event, has changed. If you're doing creating organization on the same date, you can continue to use the same reorganization event. A rule of thumb I follow is because throughout the course, you'll be creating a lot of things. And every configuration you do, you need to enter an effective date. Whether you're creating organizations, whether you're creating different plans, whether you're updating a report, you have to enter the effective dates. The rule of thumb that I follow is the month that we start the batch with the very first. Even if I start the batch on the 25th of September, everything I'll create in the system will be effective September 1st. I'll request each one of you that when you create things within the system, let's keep a uniform date for everything that you do. In some cases, the system does not allow you to go backdated, like updating a business process. It only allows you to create as of that date. In that case, it makes sense to just use that date, but whenever possible, use the date as September 1st. In the case of reorganization, click here and go to the Create Reorganization event. It will ask you for a date. Enter the date as September 1st. Enter the reorganization name. You can also add a description of what this reorganization is about. Creation of company cost center and location. If you're not familiar with this term, cost center is nothing but a bucket of money which organizations leaders are assigned that. This is the money that you have to use for all the expenses that happens under your leadership. This is a financial term very commonly used. Oh, now it has created a reorganization event. I'll click. Now the create company task initiates. You have to give a name. Definitely all the fields that are marked as red aspects are required fields. That means you have to populate them, but the name is also something that you always have to add. Today we will create a new company as FlexCon. I'm just using this name because I think I read about this company, this product, maybe a couple days ago. It's in my mind. This is my keyword now. Likewise, the assignment, one which I said create company. You have to create a company, but with a name that is unique to you, that you will remember. Don't use your first name or last name because there might be more organizations with that same name. To avoid that, use some unique name. You can use the first initial of your first name and last name. And think of the name as something not too complex, not too complicated that you cannot recall it. Keep it as simple as possible and follow that. Now code. We don't need to populate it because it automatically assigns a code to it. Subtype is where you define the subtype of that organization. In this case, it's a company. We use that. All these others are custom subtypes created by some of the other trainees, but this is the default one, which is worked and delivered. Every organization type has a subtype which is worked and delivered, but you can add more to that if needed. It does not make much difference, but your reporting has an effect on it, and we'll discuss about that when we'll talk about reports. Visibility. You can either keep it to everyone, or there are other options as well, which are not relevant at the moment because you have not completed security. And you need to define a default currency of the organization. Let's keep it USD if your headquarters is in the USD. And keep them as is because assigned roles is something we talk in kind of deeper length at the time of security topic. But you can keep it as is. These are the only values that we need to fill in. And the creation of a company. And this role assignees must be current members. This is the error. Definitely someone tested something and did not work well. Now you have created a company which is FlexCon Inc. It's of type company. I'll keep this tab open. Now, the next thing I'll do is create a cost center. And again, the task is simple. Create cost center. Now I can use the same reorganization event which we just created. CF on the score completely, loss for the CF on the scope batch and something like this. I'll give the name of the cost center. Usually cost centers have some kind of naming pattern or naming convention that they use. Some organizations have an alphanumeric like 11,000, CEO 1100, director or something like this, based on the business area or the department that you have. But again, you can keep it what you want, but you always have to be cautious about the naming conventions because that is what each of the consultant in your company have to be using. It's not like as a Workday consultant, in your team you are creating 1, 2, 3 cost center and the other one is creating cost center 645. In the reports, it will look really messed up. You need to be careful on what the naming convention should be. For every cost center that we'll create, definitely we'll use our unique alias, which is FlexCon. And then, since you're creating a cost center, we'll do C and some name. Let's say 2. We don't again need to create a code or anything. Subtype would be cost center, though you can have these others as well. Visibility. You can restrict it to only role assignees and members. What this will do is at least this call center will not be available to see for everyone. Even a standard, I won't say standard employee, but any employee in the organization will not be able to access these because these are financial cost centers and everyone should not have access to this. But this option will allow you to. Whoever is in the H or will definitely have access, or whoever has a role assigned, like a manager or an absence partner or a benefits partner or a payroll partner, will definitely have access to it. Pick any of the last few options. Difference again, you can skip this. You don't need to populate anything. Let's see if we have that person here. You can keep them as is. You don't need to worry about it. Just click. Likewise, just in some minutes, you have created another type of organization called a score center. Now you have created a company, you have created a cost center. The third thing is what we'll do is now we'll create a supervisor organization, which will be the top level, like the top node in our organization from where all the others someone. This top node will be managed by the CEO of the organization. The task is create supervisory organization. I'll use the same reorganization event. I'll give it a name. Since this is the very first level, I'll give it as level 0. And any levels below I'll create. I'll put it as level 1, 2, 3 and as much below as I want to go. Again, we can leave the code. Now I'll check this box because then we'll start the hiring in the upcoming sessions. I want the manager name to be included. You will see, once I create this organization, there will be a parenthesis automatically added in the end. I don't need to add it myself. It will be there automatically. And that is where, because I have enabled this box, once I hire someone and assign them as the manager for this organization, the supervisory organization, that name will be automatically populated in those parentheses. And then you need to define the subtype, which would be, it can be department, division, enterprise, functional unit group. This is completely based on how your organization would like to be. But since we are creating the very top level organization, we can either put it as supervisory or department as well. These subtypes does not derive anything, but if you don't give the subtype, it will mess up your report. Look at a use case of that as well, maybe later in the session. Always put it as everyone because these are like the organizations that everyone would see. Need to define a default location. Let's say I go with San Francisco. You see a lot of these here. A very common question that I get is, why do we have many? The reason is because this is a testing environment. Not only the corny folks that you have in the sessions are testing. There might be 200 additional people for using this tenant for testing. They create things, which that's why I've requested you guys to anything that you create, use your initials, mark your identity, in that you don't have a risk of anyone messing up your configuration. Not that you will mess up anyone else's configuration. I'll just pick up any option now and in real-time world, you won't see these many options like 200 different type of San Francisco. No, you will only have one. I think I didn't the one. Now, since this is the top level organization, there are a few additional things that you need to define. One is a staffing model, which is the second chapter in this course. We'll definitely talk about that in detail. It allows you to type of position, models of staffing model. Start with the position management first as part of the assignment. And we'll talk about both of them definitely in detail. But for this demo, we'll work with position management. You don't need to assign any rules or identify, but this is important organization assignments. This is where you enter the name of your company, which you just created. Let's comment the constant and that created. Now you see how easier it becomes using the unique name that I have. I don't need to search for anything and just give me everything that is related. Let's go. Now, this is where that linking happens. You have created your top level organization. Now you're linking your organization under the umbrella of this company and associating it with this cost center. In the backend, these all are. Once I save this, these all will be connected. Anytime I hire someone in FlexCount level 0, that headcount we will also see in this company and in this cost center. Therefore, supervisory organization has organization assignments. In fact, every organization has organization assignments, which are nothing but by the name itself. These are the assignments, and these assignments are coming from different types of organization. For example, if I open, we have not created location, but that would be an assignment. Once you create a location and the location organization assignment tab, you will see different values associated with it. Same way, when we talk about supervisory organization, we have to assign these organization assignments just at the top level. Once you create subordinates, basically levels below, everything that you add here is inherited. And you can add these here as well. It's not going to make much difference since we are only a particular. You can also use this, but these are mostly used in case where you have multiple companies under the same company, for example, Google. The parent company is Alphabet, and Google is a much bigger. It's one of the child company, but there are multiple child companies as well under Google. In that case, you can enter. You will have multiple thousands of different organizations, but the top level, you can allow organizations here, but not needed in this case. Keep it as simple as possible. Use the default organizations. What this will do is, anytime you create a level below, they will automatically inherit these organization assignments. These organizations or assignments are nothing but your company cost center, location, region. I'll be creating a supervisory organization once I save this. Now my Flexicon level 0 has been initiated. It is inheriting Logan McNeil as a manager, but we'll change that once we start the hiring. You can ignore this for now. You see, this is of type supervisory even though we selected the subtype as the department. But that does not define the type. That is just a subtype that comes in the details. Your subtype is department with the type of supervisory. Your staffing model is position management and your organization. The third part of the assignment is create supervisory organization. Use a unique name. Follow naming convention like I have done. Level 0. You can put anything, maybe 1, 2, 3, whatever you like, but focus on that naming convention should be scalable. And if you have to create more organization, you can continue to use that chain of naming convention. Again, don't use this thing. This was the hands-on that was meant for today. We have created a supervisory organization with the name Flexicon Level 0 Cost Center and Company. You already created the company. You can have different levels of company, like in case of the example that I gave you for Google. You can have multiple companies, but they're rolling up to a top level, which is Hierarchy 1. Then you have Hierarchy 1.1, 1.2, or the one on the hand side. Both are the same thing, just a different presentation. Then cost centers. They track financial transactions and HCM transactions. The financial impact, such as hiring or termination, can be rolled up into cost center hierarchies for security and reporting purposes. Like you see here, the visual on the left, all these 6 or all these 5 cost centers are rolling up to Susan Steinberg's cost center. And the cost center name is on the top of the orange bar. This is Global Support Center. The one on the left is 33,000 Global Support Center and on and forth. Employees are assigned to a cost center during staffing transactions. When you start hiring as part of the assignment, you are creating supervisory organizations. Going forward with our chapters, we hire people into those organizations. Once we start hiring them, we'll see that we'll assign them organization assignments. These organization assignments are nothing but your company and cost center, which we assign at the time of staffing transactions. And this is what that point means. But yes, a lot of it makes more sense once we do the hands on ourselves. Can be allocated or overridden for labor distribution processes. This is if you are more into if your organization is a type of is in the industry where you have unions and a lot of basically non-IT organizations. Not much relevant in this particular scenario. Cost centers can be used in eligibility rules and condition logic across applications. Not only cost centers, all the different types of organizations, whether it's a supervisory, its location, it's a cost center. They can be used in creating of eligibility rules and condition logic, which definitely we'll continue to discuss throughout our course, but more when we talk about compensation. And these are nothing but if-else logics. That if a cost center is equal to, let's say, 3,000 Global Support Center, then if it's true or false, and based on that, action needs to be taken. Definitely something to see during compensation. Now, we'll keep things as simple as possible because that's the only way. Once you create the complete structure of the organization yourself and then visualize it, then we'll move on to some of the more advanced hands on topics like compensation, business processes, security. The region. Again, it's mostly similar to location, which we'll talk about once you create that. Now, matrix organization. It's a type of HR organization, different than supervisory, but what it does is it picks up employees from different supervisory organizations and put them into one organization. Or, let's go about the theory on this. Reflect dotted line relationships to a second manager. I'll explain that in a minute. They are non-hierarchical and are not related to a supervisory organization. Workers are manually assigned to a matrix organization. It's not like you are hired directly into a matrix organization. No, you are hired first into a supervisory organization. And then you are manually linked to a matrix organization. Matrix relationships are reflected in organization charts. Yes, that is true. The org charts. I'll also show what organization charts are. Again, can be used in eligibility rules and condition logics. In simple terms, what is a matrix organization? Visualize a team of people who works on special projects as and when needed. But all of these have their regular organizations as well. For example, if me and couple of folks from this particular batch works in the PMO office like project management office, all of us are senior business analysts or business analysts. That is our regular profile and we all report to different managers. Now a new project comes in which requires a specific skill set in a particular domain. And one of the leader decides that these three people, including me from the PMO team, should be the drivers of this project. What the request or the support case or the requirement that we have is create a matrix organization or create a special type of organization which will have these employees with a niche skill set which is needed for this particular project to be completed. And definitely this project will have a timeline. It's like maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months, or 6 months. For that particular timeline, we are manually linked to another organization, which will be led by a new manager. We'll still continue to report to our older manager and also to the new manager in both cases, but the new manager, or we call them the matrix manager, can be given the security to the compensation, past job skills, experience, time off and leave and work on history. But that person will not have access to like performance management, one time bonuses, stuff like that, which basically promotions or demotions or transfers. They will have access to your compensation. They will definitely contribute in your performance because since you're working more than what is expected out of you on special projects, definitely when the performance time comes, at that time they can definitely contribute outside the system, but they won't be involved in those processes. Basically, matrix organizations are used for cases like this, where you have people come together to complete a particular project. And that is how it works. And that organization looks like. It's like a dotted line altogether, and it shows the connection to a different manager. I think organizations which are more on the research side, maybe biomedical or pharmacy industry, might have a use case of this. But if anyone would like to try it out, you can definitely do a hands-on this. What do we have next? Retiree. We'll talk about that at the time of change of transactions. That was all for today. Quite like. Or we started with our first topic and we're still on the same. We have a little hands on for everything that we have discussed far. And as part of the topics that we have covered, starting from the organization we have created, supervise the organization, we have created class centers, we have created locations. I hope most of you have already created locations today. All we're going to do a little more hands on our creation of the location and adding that into a location hierarchy. Let's do that and jump into the tenant. While the task is simple, You do create location, give it a name. Since I am using Flexicon as my unique and create Flexicon Boston and in the location usage, I'll always use business side because I try to use it, keep it as real as possible. Though you can use others as well, but the options that you get by using others might disappear. Let me show you an example from that. Why I picked business side? Because in real time, my office is in Boston, is in California, is in many nations across Europe. That is what my use case is. Anytime you create a location, create it as a business site. And in that case, you have to define a type, whether it's corporate office, whether it's headquarters. You will see a lot of custom as well. A lot of custom ones as well, like AI's headquarters. This is definitely a custom one. Building is a default one, corporate office is a default one. We'll keep it simple. We'll keep it straightforward. We'll use corporate office and business side because if you pick up business side, you get an additional option of this in which you have to define certain values like the time profile. This is nothing but standard working hours for that location. Since it's Boston, it's in the US, it's 40 hours. You can also add in your own time profile as well by a simple task called as maintain time profile. This is a task maintain time profiles. If you use this, you can add in your own time profile. Let's try that out. Just click a plus sign. In real-time scenario, you won't be needing this because the organization will already have this. If you're using it a customer and if you are using it an implementation and basically starting the configuration from scratch, you might need to add this. But in most cases, Workday already has some delivered like standard 40 hours, which would be named something like this. Standard hours, standard hours. You see, a lot of these versions is because, again, there are people testing in this. That's how we have created a lot of these. Now you can pick anything. It won't make much difference. I'll just pick the one that I have. And I just wanted to show that you can add in your profile as well if you want. Like time profile description, I can add flex gun standard hours. And then you get the scheduled weekly hours based on what your standard hours would be. Your scheduled weekly hours. This is nothing but what's the allowed number of hours you have. Now if I start here, I have that time profile added here. I saw a hand raised. Abhishek Rashmi, I think that's your hand raised. One question, wherever we create any such examples in the system, we see already like a lot of objects already added. In real-time scenarios, these all will be empty and we have to add all these objects based on client's requirement. Do we have any kind of, bulk report import kind of system or any tool wherein we can fill that data in one go and all this data will get updated in Work? It depends on what particular action you're trying to do. Yes, it definitely would be bulk imports. But those are specific. They are available for each and every area of module. Let's say if you want to bulk upload work address, you can do that. If you want to bulk change someone's business title, like maybe 100 employees business title, you can do that. If you want to upload bulk compensation information, you can do that. You already said that there you see a lot of these duplicate objects being created. It's just because this environment is being used by multiple users in real time. Specifically, if we talk about time profile, we will have some default Workday delivered values like standard hour 40. Not everywhere. You will have to do imports. Some places, Workday already has some default values which you can leverage. That is something that you don't need or you do not want to use. You can create your own as well. But there are options to bulk load, which are called EIBs, which is like the last topic in the course. And Rohan, thanks for that. And there is one more thing, Rohan. See, whenever in a project we go, we have a dedicated requirement gathering workbook wherein we explain to the customers about any specific detail like related to location, how the location works in Workday. Likewise, and then we will get the requirement from them. In Workday also, do we have any such workbook or something? Not delivered by workbook. It has to be something which an organization creates, and it will be different for each and every organization. Workday does not deliver anything like that. I was just asking this question based on like from implementation point of view. When we go to a client, obviously that client will have their own set of requirements. Sometimes they send it to us either on an Excel workbook or some documents which is provided by Workday or some other HCM company. What happens is if you are going to a client site and giving them a demo that this is how the system works. In most cases, you have a working workbook for yourself which is designed by someone at the organization that you can easily make notes because that particular workbook will have. It can be an Excel spreadsheet, it can be a working Google Doc. It could be anything which will have specific questions like what would you like to be your default time profile? What would you like your time zone, etc., etc. You will, as an implementation partner consultant, you will ask these questions to your client and the answers will be your requirement gathering. Also, apart from that, if they have any additional requirements, they'll mention those to you and you'll have to make notes for that. Usually, what I've seen, I've been part of the implementation cycles as well, and also on the client side. And what pre-COVID era, what used to happen is implementation consultant used to travel to our offices where we'll have dedicated long, like 4-5 hour sessions. They'll demo us what the functionality is. And they usually come in a group of two, one for making notes and one for giving the demo. Basically, one is at the senior position, much more experience, and the other one is like basically kind of a learning hand, and they make notes of all these requirements. Start the client. Usually that is a pre-COVID era, but post-COVID era, I've not seen any offices for the last 3 years. I don't know how those are working now. I'm sure it's all visual, it's all managed some or the other way, but it's something that one company would provide. You get to put in the local time zone, like local is basically what time zone you're working in. You can just add that, and this should be changed. It should be specific. -8. Usually use specific Los Angeles. You can do a display language as well. Don't need to enter on other things, but definitely we populated the business side. We added some details. If you notice that we have not added any superior location, that means your location hierarchy are not assigned anything here. You definitely need contact information. If I try to save this, I get an error because you need one piece of contact information whenever you pick up a business site as your location. I'll add in an address. Make sure to mark it as a primary business because you will get an error. Likewise, we have created FlexCon. We can pick up multiple options as well. We'll give it a piece of contact information. Just a piece of advice here, because someone has changed the date formatting. Like now it's month, date, and year, but at some places you might see date, month, and year. Just make sure that you check in those before populating that. Maybe an actual address and don't go there. Anyone is in Westfield, California. Oh, you have an error because the field time profile is required and must have value. Not populate anything here. Change these two. We have created two locations. One is Boston, one is California. The next thing is to club them together into a location hierarchy. That would be create location hierarchy. After the organization event, I'll continue to use the one that I've been using since day one. Someone duplicated that output. Should have created their own. My friends, give it a name. Let's say I do it. I don't give any code, anything. Now, in this case, I'll pick up the location. Someone asked this question yesterday. the type of organization I'm creating. I'll try to keep the same as my subtype as well. I can assign it to a company or a call center, but I want to keep it open that other organizations can also use that. Now I've created this location America. Now I'll navigate back to my locations that I've created. Texas, Boston, and California, and I'll attach it to the location hierarchy. Now, if you see something here, my superior location is empty. Now, after this step, you go to the related actions, go to the location, assign a location here. You enter the reorganization event that you have been using since day one, or you can create a new event needed and add in the one that you have created. I think I made a mistake. This is the one that I have. The mistake that I did is I did not name this one as FlexCon America. I name it as America, which is absolutely incorrect. Let's see if I have an option to edit this. This is some things you cannot change. All I have FlexCon America. Now I'll do the same for. It's from California. Go there, go to the location, assign location. Here are these organizational events. And I'll give the name FlexCon automatically pick up the one that is there. That's it. Now I have created a location hierarchy for FlexCon America, which has two locations, Boston and California. I can look at the structure that I have. I can definitely add as many locations as needed, based on where my company is spread across. While that loads, the next piece of task that everyone has to do is create a couple of locations in Europe area, like Netherlands, Copenhagen, or any Germany, any EMEA location, basically South Africa. Middle East as well, and create a location hierarchy as EMEA. And assign those location hierarchy and basically attach the locations in the location. That would be a small assignment, but a very effective assignment, because the next thing that we'll do is create positions. And in those creation of those positions, we will be using the locations that we have created. We won't be using. Therefore, removing any confusion on the duplicacy of the other locations, we'll be using the locations that we have created. Save us a lot of time. And let's see if this is populated. Now you can see FlexCon America as FlexCon Boston and California. You can skip the other ones. This is some messed up configuration someone did. This is my location hierarchy. As you can see, these are my locations. Now you don't see any members here because this location has not been used anywhere to hire anyone. Get one, that will be done. Then you can see the count, like you see a county of 5,300, which is absurd, but you'll see a similar count here. Maybe 1 to 10, not this much. But once you start hiring, you'll get those counts. The assignment for today is create location hierarchies. Add in multiple locations to those. And once you finish that, that would be the completion of the assignment. But at least a minimum of 2 location hierarchies, one for EMA, one for America. If you want to add in one for JPEG as well, that's up to you. If you want to practice more, I'll leave that to you guys. Any questions on this? Yes, Abhishek, go ahead. Rohan, what is the other one you said in EMEMA? Thank you, countries. Use the prefix or suffix for your unique ID that you have been using. I think I have another question. Yes, Mira, go ahead. I wanted to ask that now we are just creating a location and location hierarchy. We are not connecting it with any company which we have created or are we? No, nothing yet. No problem. Thank you. Any more questions? If Rowan, 1 minute. For creating companies, is there any upload option? Like basically many companies have many entities, like some are in like hundreds. Is there any XML file or something like that? Is there any option like that to upload? Yes, you can do that with an EIB. That is a possibility. That will be discussed in upcoming sessions of that, like that use case might not be, but a different use case in the EIB session. But you will get an idea how that would be done. Thank you. Manish, do you have a question? Yes, while creating the reorganization, I see my profile like, can you? Shall I say you how I'm getting the women's confusion? I created the elaborate company. And when I go to the create reorganization, I created a batch like CF1. But CF09 2022, but batch is in capital letter. But when I go to create organization, I find 3 of them. I go to the first one because I think I have created that, but I find similar 2 types of it. Would there be any duplicacy of my company or call center related to reorganization? Can you help me navigate to where you're looking at? You just went when you said that someone has created the same thing, what I have did. You went to the first one. But there were 2 other options with the same name. But those are not I created. I remember the one that I created. Let me open that page first. This is where you're sitting. Yes, we know that we have created this. No, I've created CF1. This is not mine. I have created C1. CF, everything lies in caps. That should not be an issue. The first one. There is another one on the second one. If by mistake, if I go to the second one and click it there, will there be a duplicacy of my reorganization or no? No, it won't be duplicacy of a reorganization. But if you will try to pull out data in a report based on these reorganization events, then you will see both of these with organizations that you have created. There won't be any duplicacy. There will be no merging or there will be no error. Because I'm in the first one and goes to the second one, I click it there. There will be no error in pulling any of my company and cost center details. No errors there. Thank you, sure. I've got a question. This is your first class. You have the recordings. Is there any group for this batch where you share information regarding forms? I think all the information is shared in the bug away. I'll request you to check with the support team for any batch related information or the timings or any questions that you have. They'll provide you with all the information. I think they have a portal which everyone has access to where all this information exists. Just check with the support team and they'll be happy to answer all your questions. Coming back to the location topic, any questions on locations or anything? What we have done far? Yesterday I have created a location hierarchy and from that I have assigned locations to the location hierarchy. And today, what you have done? You have created a location and you have assigned it to a location hierarchy. Both are same or there will be a difference. Do you have the name of the location or location hierarchy you have created? Location hierarchy GDR South India, something I created. Go Delta Romeo GDR. Is this one of your locations? GDR, the last one hierarchy. Go to the hierarchy and I have assigned locations here. Like I have created related actions and reorganization and assigned location I have used. And I send locations from this hierarchy. That's also. Both are same. That's the magic. Yes, that is the same. You do it to a different way. I do it to a different way. It does not make a difference. Thank you, yeah. Now I'll again open up the board for any questions. But something important I'll share now is what we have done far marks the foundation of whatever we'll be going forward with. Tomorrow's session will not be on any Workday related thing. Tomorrow's session, obviously, it will be on Workday related, but not from the configuration standpoint, but understanding the different tenants that Workday has, like sandbox production implementation. There are different environments that Workday provides, and each one of them has a different use case to it. I know some of us are already familiar with them who are working in those environments, but for others, and I'll also share the Workday release cycle. Workday, at the end of the day, is a software, and software need updates. How those updates come in and what you need to do as a Workday consultant. Tomorrow's session will be dedicated for that, and the day after we don't have a session. On Friday, we don't have a session. It is Thursday evening for the folks in the US and Friday morning for the folks in India. You have a good amount of time to recap everything. On Monday the next week, the first session next week, what I need from every one of you is to have your own company, have at least 4 levels of organizations. What I mean by that is if you're starting from level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3, each level should have at least, except for the level 0, all of these levels should have at least a minimum of 3 supervisory organizations. And each of the organizations should have a minimum of 2 to 3 employees in that. At a minimum 2, the best is 4. And create at least 4 locations, 4 to 6 locations which we have already shared, 2 or 3 for India, 2 or 3 for the US. Have all those things ready because whatever we'll be doing next will be the linking of all these things together and understanding the related concepts with those. Or you have good amount of time. You already know how to create company, how to create locations, the hiring is not yet done. You can skip that. Just create 4 levels of organization and create multiple locations, and that should be it. We'll be doing hiring the next week, and I'll show you how that works. Oh, that's all for today. If you have any questions, let's discuss those. If not, feel free to drop off if you have other commitments. But if you have any questions, please stay back, and I'll be here for a few moments. Yes, Lavanya, go ahead. Yes, Haro. When we create a supervisory organization, you said there is no delete for it. We only can inactivate. But later on, if we want to activate the organization, can we do that to add on or transfer the members from one organization to that organization? I don't have a clear answer to that because I think someone else also asked this question, maybe in this patch or the other, and I still don't have an answer to this. But I'll be looking for that over this weekend and get back to you. Thank you. Rohan, you said yesterday that we can change the status of the supervisory organization only when we have 0 members in it. Am I correct? And Lavanya was asking about transferring the employees from one organization to another. If it is an inactive one, it won't have any members in it. Does she mean that she wants to transfer active? No, what she means is that if there's an inactive organization, is there a way to make it active again and then transfer people into it? Rohan, while creating locations. Sorry, you were saying something. No, go ahead, go ahead. While creating location, you said we can stick on to business site, but today, while I tried giving workspace in one of the options, one of the locations, and it said it cannot be set as a primary location. It has to be subordinated to business site. Is that the reason we have to always stick on to business site? In most cases, yes, because any organization that you're working with, if they have offices across different nations, that means there are locations where employees go and work. Or basically, it's a place even in the virtual environment. It's a place where employees report to. It has to be a business site. If you pick it as a workplace, this would be like one office, one floor, and multiple people sitting from different offices or different organization, which a lot of organizations are adopting now, but it again has to come under a business site. That is what that error or the message is showing you, that you pick a business site, and if you're creating another location, you have to associate it with a parent location. Basically, And it's not that straightforward because the definitions of what a workspace is, what a business site, will be different for different organizations. That is why the common practice that we have seen, or at least I have seen in other organizations, is they prefer using business site for every new location they create, and that works well. The reporting becomes clear. The number of people sitting in that particular location or reporting to that location also becomes very clear. They just use business site and keep things simple. That's all. Rohan, thank you. Workday has 6 types of tenant that it comes up with, and each tenant has a different purpose to it. Let's start about the very first tenant of your production environment. Your production environment is nothing but your system of record, your source of truth, your actual live instance. For example, every software, every application you use WhatsApp, Instagram, Snapchat. Each of those applications that you use is the live instance that you are using. In the backend, there may be multiple testing environments which the development team, testing team use to build up or to bring in new features and functionalities. Likewise, since Workday is also a software, it follows the software development lifecycle. It also has a production instance, and these instances are nothing but your database, which is your Workday configuration applied to your company data. Each of the organization will have a different database, obviously, but each of the Workday customer will have a production instance, and a replica of this production instance is your sandbox, which is next to it. The sandbox also gets created at the time of your very initial production. Basically, your organization is transitioning from an older system to Workday or from a core. Leave basically the very first release that you start and you make Workday available for everyone in the organization. At the same time, you also, at the same initial instance creation, your sandbox is also created, which is nothing but the replica of your production environment. Basically, everything that is in your production is also now in your sandbox. The purpose of this sandbox is to work on your support cases, to work on issues which are implementation, which should not take more than a week. Because if you see, I've written Friday 6 p.m. PT refresh time. Every week this tenant is refreshed, and that refresh is nothing but it mimics itself from your production environment. All the transactions that happen in your production environment, let's say promotions, transfers, termination, will now be also replicated in your sandbox. Again, every Monday morning, you will see basically every Sunday, Saturday morning, you will see your sandbox as complete replica of your production, a mirror image of your production. That is why it's always advisable that you use this environment for your day, to day support cases, to pull reports, to create reports, not to do any projects which require you maybe a month or maybe a couple of weeks of testing or a couple of weeks of work. For that purpose, you have your implementation environments, implementation tenant. These come at an extra cost based on what projects your organization works, how big your organization is, basically number of projects that are running in parallel. You would request for those. Some organizations have 2, some have 4, some have 6, some have 5 as well. There's no limiting minimum or maximum, but the more you need, you have to pay for that. Now, this type of tenant is more flexible because it does not get refreshed every Friday. It refreshes when you want it to refresh. It can stay up without a refresh for 6 months a year, whenever you want. But usually we don't keep it that long because in 6 months or a year, a lot of data changes in your production. You need that here as well. For example, if you have to enable onboarding for a particular, let's say you have offices open in Costa Rica, you want to set up required time off functionality, benefits functionality, and onboarding functionality. It might take you about a month to 3 months for your testing, deployment, and everything. With those 3 months, you can use a particular implementation tenant. Once you finish your configuration, you move those changes to production and then request for a refresh. That is how it works. When it comes to sandbox, if you're working on a case which is very critical, high priority, or irrespective of the criticality or severity of it, you're not able to finish your work. And you know that it's already Friday and tonight at 6 p.m. Pacific time it will get refreshed and I lose all my work. In cases like that, it should not be a common practice, but in real cases like that, where you're working on an important case and you need like a few more days of testing for those or a few more days of configuration into that, you can request Workday to not refresh your sandbox tenant for 2 consecutive weeks. What I mean by that, the current week and the next week. For 2 weeks, there won't be any refresh, but after the second week Workday will automatically refresh. You can request for such exceptions only in exceptional cases. It should not be followed as a common practice. Any questions until what you have discussed far about production, sandbox, and implementation? I have one question. Given a scenario, we can have a sandbox environment in companies, and certain companies who are able to afford, they will have implementation instance as well. But given an option wherein the companies are using both sandbox as well as implementation, we will be preferring implementation for our testing requirements. It will be dependent on the project or the work you're doing. If, let's say, you get a support case to create a report, in that case, you don't need implementation. You can just do that in Sandbox because your Sandbox is the most up-to-date tenant you have. Your implementation tenant might not be refreshed for maybe last 2 months. And for reporting. Anyway, you use Sandbox because it should not take you more than a week to create a report. But if you're working on a new enhancement which require you more than a week's of work, then you use implementation, else you use Sandbox. There's no restriction on when you, being a consultant, can only use implementation. No, it's dependent on the use case, starting now. Any update is coming every 6 months here in Workday. The changes will reflect in all the instances. Like when we are planning to do a testing and implementation, we have nothing to do with whether the data is refreshed or not. We just have to test a scenario. For that reason, we have to make sure that all the updates has already been installed in implementation scenario, the latest ones. Only then we can perform the testing. No, I think you're confusing two things. I'm not sure why you said 6 months, but just a scenario I give that just a scenario like maybe it's 6 months or 1 year whenever the updates are coming. The question here is whether these updates will reflect in all the instances at the same time, or these updates will reflect automatically in Sandbox, which is a replica of production or Sandbox preview. but for implementation and preview that takes time. When you say updates, you mean updates from Workday. Yes, updates from Workday. That's the release cycle that comes up with, and we'll talk about that after this. I've already designed that as well. But coming to your question, the release or the updates happen in your production first, and then they are replicated into other tenants. That is how it works. Because Workday comes up with updates every other day, every other week, every other month, maybe smaller. Bigger ones comes twice a year. But for the smaller ones, they are mostly updated near production first, and then every Friday they get into a sandbox as well. Production and sandbox will get those updates at the same time, but not the implementation tenants. But implementation preview and sandbox preview are for those future releases purpose, which we'll talk about in some time. Now the question is about any questions on production, sandbox or implementation. If anyone has any doubts on that, please go ahead. Moving on to the second piece of our session, understanding the release cycle, and then we move on to sandbox preview and implementation. Now consider this line, which I've drawn from left to, as the months like January, February, March, and somewhere in the middle, April, May, June, July, August, and September, and then the rest of the year. Now, why these 2 months are being highlighted is because, like any other software, Workday also comes up with major releases, major updates twice a year. And those updates are shared with every customer in form of an Excel spreadsheet, which is a very exhaustive list of more than 400, 500 raw items, which lists all the updates, everything, every new feature, every security announcement, every new functionality in that list for that particular release. In our usual slang, we call it R1 and R2. These happen in the month of March and September, but these are all future announcement, future releases with your company data. How do you test it? For those purpose, you have your sandbox preview and implementation preview demos, primarily sandbox preview for all your release testing, because you get this tenant at no additional cost. Once you go live with the system, there's a replica of your tenant, another type of tenant, which is sandbox preview. Now at the time of release cycle, about 5 to 8 weeks before all those new functionalities and new features are released in your sandbox preview. And you go in and you start your testing. Testing basically the features or enhancements that are applicable to your organization. If you're not using, let's say you don't use Workday benefits, then you don't need to test anything related to Workday benefits. For organization, you are using Workday benefits and see that there have been some enhancements or additions in your Workday benefits module. Then it makes sense for them to test it, not for you. And how does that testing work? Let's say we are a team of 5 Workday consultants and we have this list. We sit in a team, we sit in a call, and we decide that this functional area or this module is something that I'm comfortable or I have expertise with. I can pick that up. And same way, everyone will be doing the same and they'll start testing. Some of these features are automatically available. Like some of the updates, enhancements are automatically available, which will be for every customer of Workday. But some of them are dependent on whether you need that enhancement or not. It's not mandatory that you will be needing that based on the use case of that enhancement. For example, if you have Workday onboarding and onboarding came up with a new way of adding, let's say, your payment elections. Payment elections are nothing but your bank information where the salary will be credited. But you know that your organization is spread across every region, and making the small changes is going to take a lot of time, a lot of efforts, which coincide with some of your other projects, like performance cycle or your in performance merit cycles. You decided that we'll use this feature, but not this time, maybe sometime later. What you can do is you can just mark that feature as test later. You can test it later, and then, based on your feedback, you can enable that. You can request Workday that this is what we need, and then you can adopt for that. For any enhancements or any feature that you need, you feel that this is something important to us and we should have it. Just mark that as test now in the spreadsheet that you get, and then share that with Workday, and they will enable that in your tenant. Your sandbox preview tenant you get. Basically, you start working on it about 5 to 7 weeks before the release date, which is sometime in March for the R1, and 5 to 7 weeks before the release date, sometime in September. You get all those new enhancements, new features in Sandbox Preview tenant. For you to test this out, do your due diligence and let Workday know which one you need, which one you don't need, and then on the date of release, that all those features become available in your production tenant. Like for this year, it happened on September 9th. Previous year, it happened somewhere on 15th. There is no specific date that Workday gives. It just tells us that it happens in sometime in March and September, and the time of release that shares that. This would be the final date. You need to make sure that you finish your configuration or testing before that. And on the similar lines, implementation preview is a tenant which comes at an extra cost. Now, I did share that every other month, every other week Workday comes up with smaller updates, smaller enhancements. For those, if your organization is very privy to new enhancements and new functionality, you can buy an implementation preview, and again, you would need to have a dedicated team or someone continuously testing new functionality and new features every time they are released. These are like smaller enhancements. These are not that big. I've not worked in any organization who use this. I've mostly seen sandbox reviews. Definitely you need that. You get that from Workday itself. You don't need to buy it because this is where you test your enhancements. But implementation preview is something I've not seen organizations using it because obviously it's a cost, and then the added time and resource needed to continuously do that testing. And it's a time consuming process. It's not that straightforward. It takes you about 5 to 7 or 8 weeks to complete your testing, to plan it out which area you will pick up, filter out from that exhaustive list. This is a test now. This is a test later. This is a never for me. And based on that, you start your testing. And if there are cross-functional dependencies that you need someone else's help test a particular area, then that's added time. You need to know what the release cycle is. Basically, it happens twice a year. You need to know how that works, and you need to know these different tenets. As a Workday consultant, these are some of the basics which you won't find in any of the other trainings. But now that you know, usually in the interview, they don't ask you what, in which release what change came in. They'll ask you, how did you manage, or how did your team, or what role did you contribute in the release test? You can share all the pointers that we just discussed. All these test sites, the 4 of them, do they have different links? Yes, each one is different. Each one will have a different link. And yes, that's the only difference between these tenancies. Basically, they have all your company data. They are all encrypted with different links and passwords. Because any change you do in one tenant is not reflected in the other. You get different links to access these environments. Unlike other HCM cloud solutions, I just wanted to check how these updates look when it comes to Workday. Do you have some examples like this is the way it will come in the Excel sheet format, or you can only view it if you are having a Workday community access. This comes only in the community. It comes only in the community, and that is the only way you can access it. It's a big list, many columns, but easy to navigate, and even if you are not comfortable in a particular area of Workday, you can still test it because there are a good amount of instructions on what you need to do, what you need to test, and what should be the expected outcome. It becomes easier for anyone to pick up a different area of Workday which they are not exposed to. In production or in sandbox, that replica of production, when the updates will come. These updates will not be something like these are the compulsory ones and these are the optional ones. Updates means these updates are all these 50 updates or all these 100 updates are common. You have to update this in the instance that's like there is no optional ones, something like that. No, I did share that. You will see that some of them are automatically available, which means that everyone will have that. For some of you, you will mark them as test later or test now or never. I use these terms and I did emphasize on them as well. Based on what area of Workday you are using, you will define them as test now, test later or never. If you don't want that, you can mark it as never. If you want it in this release, mark it as test now. If you don't want it now and maybe in future, mark it as test later. But for the automatically ones you cannot, there's no way out. Everyone gets that. If we use test later, then is it available even after the next release, like even after 6 months? Yes, it will be available. Any other questions? Because this is what we were supposed to do in today's session. Very lightweight, and I know a small session, but I don't want to mix it with. I usually do this session separately, and I don't mix it with any other topics. But one thing I not missed, but it's not that important as well. We have these 5 types of tenant work. There are 6 types. They recently came up with a new type of tenant, something customer central implementation, customer central, which again is at an additional cost. I don't know the use case for that because it's a very new tenant. I need to research on what that is used for, but I think it's for specific types of industries, not specifically not for IT or manufacturing, but I'll check and share any insights on those. But you should know yourself, keep yourself familiarized with production, sandbox, and implementation. These are something that you will do on your use on a day-to-day basis. And if anyone has any question about how to move data from one tenant to another, use in most cases, you manually transfer data for all your configurations. Reports can be transferred using something called as object transporter, but that's not a very good user, like a good interface. It has its own pros and cons, and that's why, at least, I don't use it. But that is something which you can use. But for most of the other configurations, you have to manually transfer data from a sandbox or implementation to your production. The sandbox preview and implementation preview, the changes made in this environment are directly moved to production, or in the middle there will be something. You need to identify work data. This is what we need, and then they enable that for you in production. It's direct. When we are moving this data from, say, replica of production or from implementation to live production environment. When we say that we'll get refreshed by Friday, that means all that data which we were having related with like users or any other configurations. It will all become refreshed, that is, everything will be gone. I mean, we will only have those details of user data and other changes only available in production or live instance. Other instances will become fresh like new. Do you mean to say that refresh every time? A refresh means a complete replica of a production. Whatever is in your production, you will have that. That is what a refresh means. For example, if I'm working for a smaller piece of configuration, let's say I have to create a compensation grade. I created it in Sandbox. I test it out by creating 5 test files. I did that in Sandbox. I have completed it now that I'm confident. I personally transfer all my configurations on a Friday morning into production. Basically, I move all that changes to production on a Friday morning and Saturday morning. If I go back to my sandbox, the only thing I don't have is those 5 test files. But I'll have the new configuration for compensation grade that I added. That is what a refresh means. In this instance, let's say your organization having 2 different tenants. It need not be going to refresh at the same time. What do you mean by 2 different tenants? Can you please elaborate? Let's say you have a sandbox, replica, or implementation. Let's say you have 2 different tenants. You can have it. The organization can have 2 different tenants. At a minimum, every organization has this. They need not to be going into production at the same time, both the tenants. I'm sorry, what needs to go to production? From where to refresh the tenants? Let's say you're using the sandbox replica for production. Every Friday, you said it was end time. It's going to get into the refresh time. Does it mean that both the tenants have to be at the same time? If they would be at the same time, Why do we need two different types? The sandbox refreshes itself every Friday. That's automatic. Implementation is more flexible. The refresh happens when you want it. It can be Friday night, it can be Friday 3 months later, or it can be a Monday, it can be a Sunday, it can be any day of the month or any month of the year. Implementations are more flexible. You use those for your long term projects where you know that it's going to take you more than a week. You don't lose any of the work that you have done. That is what it's used for. Sandboxes for your day to day work, day to day support. And also, let's say you are a Workday consultant and you continue to work with partner with someone in the HR team to be your front end. For example, employees in your organization directly don't reach out to you. They reach out to an HR team who have some Workday functionality knowledge. Maybe not at the same level as you are, but they can pull reports, they can run some transactions. You also will give them access to sandbox, not implementation. Let's say if they want to do something that an employee is not able to do, they can test those things out in sandbox. The implementation is dedicatedly for your bigger projects. Any other questions? Correct me if I'm wrong. According to my understanding, the sandbox preview tenant is a replica or a copy of the production tenant. But it will have the new functionality or the features that are going to be available in the next feature release. Am I absolutely? Thank you. Creating the position. For what I've understood, we have created supervisory organization, we have created subordinates, and the next step is to create positions for those. FlexCurrent level 0 is my top level supervisory organization. I have not created any subordinates as of now on, did I? Let me see. Just typing FlexCurrent. That's the only level that I've created for. What I'll do is I'll create some subordinates at the level. I'll just change the name of the level from 0 and go to on 23. We'll create up to 4 levels. And the option, the way we do it, is go to related actions. You'll go to the reorganization and you have an option of creates a body. We use the data September 1st. I'll give it a name. We get one. Next level 1. I don't need this. I can keep it. This department is out there. Let's keep it that and click submit. That's all I needed to do to create a subordinate. Now I have my somebody just FlexCan level 1. Likewise, I'm going to go ahead, create 2 more levels, mem. And we'll go to my reorganization event. Create subordinate September 1st. To keep everything as is, save that what we just created level 2. Now we're going to go ahead and create level 3. Reorganization creates coordinate. Oh, let me pick up this option. Yes, but you know it's level 1. Subordinated in level 2. We will do as oh yes. If I go into the off chart for this, we have level 2, level 3. If I go up, we have level 1. Then on the top we have level 0. Now, one thing I did miss is did not check this enable the checkbox which says assign the manager name to it. Not assign, include manager name and see if that came with you first. O is disabled. I cannot do that now. Let me see. I do the same. Organization can be backdata as much as possible. It's not going to change anything, but instead it's the date. Now I have that now and navigate to my, let's say, level 1. Now I'm going to go ahead and sorry 0. I'm going to go ahead, create couple more organizations. I'm going to name them as 1.1 and 1.2. Let me create one more and I'll show you. If you see here, level 0 is my top level. 1.1.2 and level 1 are my. In this case, these are my subordinates, but they all are of type supervisor. This also is of type supervisory and the subtype is also supervisory. The only difference between the top level and all the subordinates is their subtype is either department, group, or division. That's the only difference, and the top level you create by running the task is create supervisory organization. These ones. You want to try going from the related actions of the top level and creating subordinates. The subtype for the top level is of type supervisory, and the subtype for any subordinates is either of type department, in which we have seen like. If I open one of them in the details, you will see the subtype as a department. But if I navigate to the top level, my subtype is its also department. It should be of supervising. Like, that's just for inventory purposes, but it does not derive anything. Supervised organizations let you hire people into organizations. Without these, you cannot create positions. Without positions, you cannot hire people. If you are hired in an organization, that is because there is a supervisory organization who has a manager assigned who manages the team which you are part of. Without supervising organization, there won't be any hierarchy which allows you to hire anyone. All the organization assignments, security groups, roles, they flows from top level to all these subordinates. Subordinates is nothing but again of type supervising. These are also supervisory organizations, but they report to some or the other organization. While a top level supervising organization only report to a company because this is the top level which will be managed by the CEO, and you have every organization that has a CEO. That CEO also report to someone. On paper though, that CEO like is, they can either report to the board of directors or if they don't have a board of directors, they usually report it to a company. That's why we always create a top level company node and then we create a top level supervisory organization, which is in this case FlexCon level 0, and we assign it the company as FlexCon 8. This links that supervisory organization to this particular company. This particular organization is reporting to that company, and any other subordinates that I create or as any other supervisee I create as subordinates for these organizations will automatically now directly or indirectly report to your company FlexCon 8. That is how that structure is defined because you cannot be having creating multiple companies for each manager. Let's say you are a manager. You don't need a dedicated company for yourself. All you need is a supervisory organization, and within that supervisory organization, you will have few folks reporting to you. And then you also report to some manager, and that manager reports to someone, and then that's how that goes. When you move from legacy to a new system, there's always a cutoff date. This is the date when we shut that off and bring on the new system, and everything from that date becomes effective. Though Workday will not restrict you from using backdated information or basically backdated transactions, but that means that you're not starting your new system with fresh history or with fresh dates. You are pre-loading some data into it, which is. I've seen organizations specifically in the banking industry. They do this because they go a lot backdated and they need all the historical information. But if your company does not want any historical information from your legacy system and they want to start fresh, it's always recommended to start on the day of cutoff. When you go live with your system and any historical information you need. You can always pull reports from a legacy system and leverage those for any history that you need. Both ways are, but the recommended would be to start fresh. And over to your job management. And the reasons. The explanation is absolutely correct, but just wanted to correct one thing on MESHAC that the hierarchical structure is not a criteria here. It's the difference between position and jobs. That is what define. Now Workday has two staffing models. One is position management, one is job management. And why? Because this particular staffing model allows you to have more control on each and every position that is being created in the organization. And in this particular vision, we see these are multiple different positions. This can be a software developer hired in Chicago who is a full-time salaried employee. This person can be a data analyst. And in Ontario, an hourly employee with some more characteristics. Likewise, each of them has their own hiring restrictions, has their own job profile and location, can be part of different management, like different managers as well. But when we come to job management, we continue to talk about job. And the easiest way to understand is, and not to mix it with position management, is what is your job? I'm a driver, I'm a delivery partner, I'm a recruiter. And the example that Meet shared is completely true. Like a director, like you, cannot have 20 directors open positions at once. You hire a director for different teams to handle. Each and every all 20 directors cannot be managing the same team, cannot be managing the same profile. Each, maybe one director is for engineering, another is for research, another director is for the HR team, and the director is for managing people in places, etc., etc. When it comes to job management, the question asked is, what is your job? Like I'm a delivery partner, I'm an Amazon delivery partner, or I am a USPS driver. In that case, everyone in this particular staffing model in job management has the same roles and responsibilities, are hired for the same location, getting the same salary, maybe, maybe not, but definitely under one organization. In this case of position management, this particular employee can be reporting to a different organization versus this one. But in this case, all of them are reporting to one organization. Obviously, you can have someone as a manager here. Let's say this employee is a manager, they will have more employees under it. But those all employers will also have basically same hiring restrictions. Now, with that understanding, if I go back to our presentation, there's another visual which we can completely relate to, which is this. Now onto the hand side, you see two visuals. Let's leave the theory part, which is the pointers on there. Just focus on the hand side. Two pictures. Over to the top. You see here in the Workday ecosystem. Please make a note of this when I say this. Please make a note which says position is equal to chair. You can have a note of this, something like this. Position is equal to chair. And another note would be job is equal to is your career, standards, and responsibilities. With that note in hand, let's come back. See here on the top picture, there's one table which has about eight different chairs. Though all the chairs are the same, but each of these positions can be balanced individually. Each and every position might or might not have a different profile working for it. Obviously, different people sitting in it, and each of them have different roles and responsibilities. But over here in the picture below, it's an open space. Basically, kind of you can visualize this as a warehouse. You can fit as many people as the space allows. Hiring in bulk is easier. Like Mehdi said, hiring 20 recruiters makes sense. You can do that. But you need to keep in mind that those 20 recruiters will have the same profile, same location, and they'll be hiring maybe for the same team. It's not like they can be located in different locations. And why we have two different staffing models? The most common question is why. Like, why can't we just have one? Because based on what organization you're working with, what business model your organization works with, or even if take an example of Amazon, Amazon has all types of employees. They are warehouse workers, they are delivery partners, they even have the core technical team who manages the website or the application. They have all types of teams. They definitely use position management and job management. But for organization like, let's say we talk about USPS, they also have their tech team, they also have their internal team. But most of the organizations, most of the employees in that organization are the delivery people. You hire them in a bulk. You keep a very generic requisition open for a long time that we need drivers. The job requirements are pretty wide open. It's not like you have to have a particular degree or some level of education to get that job. All you need to have is a valid driving license and no criminal record. But when it comes to position management, if I'm hiring for a director level, there are a lot of things that we need to look into what domain they have experience in. Do they even have experience managing teams? Or even how many experience they are into? With all that discussion, now coming to the pointing, like to the points here, in position management, like we discussed, you have most control on each and every position. A position is created to be filled by one worker. Only one, and one worker can sit in one chair. There is one scenario where you can have multiple people sitting in that chair, but by multiple I mean two people is only when, let's say, one person is leaving the organization in a month or 2 months' time, and you already have someone selected for that role. If and only if this position allows overlap, which is an option in the system to allow a position to overlap. What that does is it allows two people to sit in the chair for that temporary period until one leaves the organization. This is also called sitting in the lab. Like that person, new person will be sitting in your lab if you are leaving the organization. You'll be training them, giving all the knowledge transfer needed for that role to be taken care of. Only in that case. Third point, position must be approved and available. Each of these chairs that you see on the top image followed an approval process and then was added into this room. In case of job management, you just need approval once that you need 20 employees. You don't say 20 chairs, you say 20 employees. But in case of position management, you said that you need 2 new chairs or 2 new employees being hired. Fourth point, the chair can be empty or filled. Must be available to bring someone in. Very important point, combining into the last point, a chair has its own characteristics. Let's go back to our visual logging. In case of position management, let's say this particular data analyst leaves the organization. Now you have this position available to have someone sit on it. Not necessarily that person as your data analyst. Now you can change the characteristics of the chair, which is in the last point. A chair has its own characteristics. Yes, those characteristics were of data analysts, that particular location and other hiring restrictions. Now you can change those. You can open this position for a software developer or for a business analyst. And based on what you change it to, the person will be hired accordingly. But again, we'll have to follow through some approvals. Not all, but some. And you can also close this position. If this position is no longer needed, you can just close this. That brings your headcount to 5. For that, let's say all of them are in the same organization. That brings your headcount to 5. But when we come to job management, if this one goes, we don't worry about the headcount. We just worry about that. We have one less person to do the job. If even that is needed, then you don't have to go through the approval process and get a person hired. All you do is continue to hire. Like, just once you have. You don't have to decide or change any characteristics because all of them have the same characteristics. But in this case, if you have to add in a new position, you'll have to go through a completely like the whole approval process again. You have more control. You can change the characteristics. You can decide what happens when a person leaves the organization. What happens in that position? Not to the worker, but to the position. You can transfer this. Let's say this employee is now part of a different organization. You can move this person along with the chair they are sitting in case of position management. Let's say if I move this person to a different organization, that's gone. Transferring this. In case of this, there is nothing like transfer or anything. If this person is gone, then it's gone from here. You'll have to hire this person again in a different organization. Though there are transfers also in job management, but those are not very straightforward. I have not seen organizations even doing that. Based on how your business is designed, whether they want to use position management or job management or a combination of both. But practically, there are not many interview questions on this. Also, they might not be even discussing what position management and job management is in an interview, but as an HCM consultant, you should know what is position management, what is job management. And there's a difference in when you do hands on, there's a difference on if an organization is based on position management or job management. Now coming back to let me just go through those points real quick. On job management allows you more flexibility and speed. Yes, you have to hire 20 drivers. You don't need a specific skill set, you just need a generic specifications on that. Hiring restrictions are set on the entire org exactly. In case of position management, each of these positions has its own hiring restrictions. In case of job management, these complete warehouse workers will have the same restrictions. That's why the restrictions will be set on the warehouse. Basically, you're supervising organization not at individual level. Notifying quantity for a number of jobs available. That is true, but let's say if you are the senior or like the lead in a lead role for the warehouse workers, then definitely if you have requirements to hire a lot of people, you do give some amount of number, like an approximate number that I need, like 50 drivers for this particular time or for my organization to work smoothly. To get approval to 50 employees, but that does not mean that you have to hire 50 employees at once. You can hire 5, 10 in a week, and then you can stop your hiring for, like basically pause your hiring for some time, then go back and add more. Unless you hire all those 50 people, you don't need to get approvals every time you have to hire people. But in case of position management, there are approvals for every hire. Like there's a process you follow for every hire. That was the primary understanding and difference between position management and job management. Staffing models determines the process, approvals and restrictions for opening and closing positions. That determines what happens to a position when it is vacated. You can either transfer it, you can close it, or you can open it with new restrictions to hire someone. Staffing models are set for each supervisor organization. Now, if you recall, when we created our company, we created not the company. When we created our first supervisor organization, in that case, we did set the model as position management. You can change that to job management, but that inherits. Anytime you create a subordinate for any following organizations, they will inherit the position management. You can change that to job management. I'll show you how that is done. Oh, this is what I was talking about, inheritance. If this supervisor organization is just customer support, it's based on position management. The organizations here inherit support operation. Support center will also inherit that staffing model. And it flows down. Now inherit says that the support AMI and the support APIC, which is in yellow color, can be overridden. You can change the staffing model until a certain level, like not the organization level, but until a certain point. With the point of that is you don't need to have a position created or set the hiring restrictions. For position management, if you create a position in an organization, you cannot change it back to the job management model. In case of job management, if you have set the hiring restrictions, you cannot change it back to position management. That's that trigger. If you have not set any hiring restrictions for job management model, or if you have not created any position in a position management model, you can switch the staffing model based on your requirements, which will definitely do a demo. You mean to say before starting hiring, once we start hiring, we cannot change it? Am I? Correct, exactly. It's basically like just one step before the hiring. If you do that step, then you're not also able to change. And that step is basically create position in position management or set hiring restrictions for job management. Job management, thanks. Few more discussions on position management. It provides the greatest control over hiring. That's why a lot of organizations have at least the core team of any organization who runs the business are mostly based on position management because you cannot have CE or CFO or CTO as a job management model. Because, like I said, using that same example of director, each director has a different roles and responsibility to take care of based on the domain they are working. Position management. It gives you the ability to define separate hiring needs and restrictions for each position. You must specify the number of positions to fill, which we see in the demo. An open approved position is required before you hire, correct or promote or transfer. You need a chair which is approved for it to be used for hiring or promotion or transfer or promotion. Each position you create can have its own definition and hiring restrictions, which we have already discussed. Use it when you need the ability to define each position manually based on the hiring location, job requirement, and current needs, and are subject to tight hiring controls. Discussed all that, just a different way of saying it. Yes, Meera, go ahead. I just wanted to ask a query that companies will have position and job management both implemented as a part of HCM, or they might have one implemented and one may not. Workday does not restrict you from using both of them at the same time. But one organization will only be associated with one staffing model. Because I have seen something job level and creating a position. That's the reason that particular query came into my mind. No, that's absolutely. Position management use case. Frank, this is just a use case which we are discussing here. Frank manages a team of customer support specialists in different locations across the globe, where the base skills expected, job skills and experience, and other requirements of employment vary widely from one position and even from one location to another. In addition, HR requires approval for each position. I think the use case is self-explanatory why we need position management. You need the ability to define each position narrowly based on the hiring location, job requirements, and current needs, and are subject to tight hiring controls. We definitely need position management in this case. Going back to the job management, it provides the least control over the definition of individual positions. One set of hiring restrictions for organization apply to all jobs in the supervisory organization. Now, there can be possibilities that in a particular organization, you can have some employees as drivers, some as senior drivers, etc. But it's not like you are setting those hiring restrictions differently for each job. You can just set it at the organization level, which once you do your hands on, it will become more clear. You don't need to. It does not ask you for number of jobs. Then once you start hiring for a job management, you will see that it does not ask you for number of positions, but in this job management it does. Particularly useful to organizations that prefer to define broad job requirements and rely on staffing, workflow, and approvals to control the number of workers in a supervisory organization. Basically, broader job requirements are applicable to some profiles like recruiters, driving partners, etc., not to all levels of organization. With job management, hiring is not limited to a predefined number of openings. Now, in the example which I shared, that the manager got an approval for 50 people to be hired, it can go above and beyond. It can go less than 50 as well. All they have to do is just to go to the manager and say that we are hiring more. And if there's a process in place, they might get an approval because obviously there's costs associated with each and every employee you hire, whether it's job management or position management. But in case of job management within the system, you don't define how many people you're hiring. We just continue to hire. The second point is you do not need to create a separate open position for each job you want to fill. Correct. You don't create separate positions each and every time you have to do a hire. You just go to the organization. From there you start hiring. In case of position management, you navigate to the position that you have created and then do the hiring. Third point, any hiring restrictions you define apply equally to all jobs in the organization. We have discussed this a lot, that each and every job will be the same. They might be entitled to different profiles, but they will be the same. Moves approval for a new job to the hire process instead of position creation. 1 second moves approval for a new job to the hire process instead of position creation. This point is a little confusing because there are multiple ways to understand with the multiple angles to it. Let's just skip that for now and we'll cover this in the middle. A job management use case. Ralph manages a growing team of software application specialists in a startup company and needs the flexibility to hire workers with a wide range of skills, backgrounds, qualifications, and work preferences. And the organization doesn't want to restrict his ability to fill jobs as the people become available. Due to growing demands for an expanding customer base, Rolf needs to increase the size of his team in the areas of product management, development, documentation, and QA. He meets with his manager to outline his requirements and receives a verbal agreement. Like I said, there's no approval in the system required. It's mostly a verbal agreement to fill in additional openings to be allocated as he sees fit. There's no timeline defined. When do we need to hire? As in people applies, they see that this is particular person who is there. It's a good fit. They just hired. After several weeks of interviewing, he hires 2 developers and 1 part-time product manager. He still has management blessing to expand his team and will do as he finds the people, because Ralph needs flexibility when hiring is less interested in filling a narrowly defined position than in assembling a critical mass of employees in the shortest possible time. And HR does not require approval for the position prior to hiring. Job management is appropriate. In conclusion, you need flexibility when hiring and are less interested in filling a narrowly defined position than in assembling a critical mass of employees in the shortest time possible. This use case clearly makes itself eligible for a job management staffing model. This is a visual which obviously we'll see once we do the hands-on. No need for this. We have some demonstrations like the staffing model. This is a quiz. This is the next topic. I'll stop here for now. Any questions on job management or position management? While working on position management, do we have to enable or allow job overlap every time? In case of job management, you don't have a job overlap option. There's nothing called as job overlap. It's only available on position overlap. We have to, predict in the future conditions, and we have to always allow job position overlap. It's a business decision if, in case a person is leaving the organization at the time of processing their termination in the system. There's a question that is asked like there's a process, and that's part of the process. At one of the steps that is asked you to answer this question, and the question is this position available for overlap? Then only it's a checkbox. If you enable it, then only system will allow you to open that position, to hire someone to be sitting in that position for that time until the previous person leaves the organization. Again, it's on case to case. If the case is that you don't need anyone to be hired for that position, or you don't even want that position to be open anymore, you also have the checkbox to say close the position. It's on case by case. It's not like a specific. Say, for example, if the person is an interim employee, he's just gonna be there for some time till they find a replacement. Then in that case, position overlap will come in place. Might or might not see. Position overlap is only possible for positions that already have someone sitting in it. You cannot have a new hire be sitting in a position. Like you can have a new hire overlapping someone, but for that position they are being hired for should be available for overlap. That is only possible if there's someone is sitting there. I get that. No, Rohan, for example, if someone is replacing me, I'm leaving the organization. XYZ is coming to replace me, but that XYZ will not be a permanent replacement for my role. Then what is the scenario, Rohan? Oh, in that case, if it's only until but, then why you need an interim person if, like say, he leaves the organization or you left the organization. You want someone to handle that role until some time, and then there will be once you have someone already hired for that position. In that case, let's say you're leaving the organization. I'm the interim person. I will be hired for that position, but I'll be transferred to that position. And the position will be made available for overlap. Not that because I'm being terminated, because I will be transferred back to my original state. In that case, yes, you can mark the position as overlap and have an open requisition on the career space. And once you find the fit, you can have that person sit in that chair and then I can immediately move to my original position. That is a possibility. You can do that. Any other questions? Correct with the current situation that I'm working. We have early careers where there is no specific specification, and as in when we have bulk hiring, and only after the candidate gets selected, they usually send out to the hiring managers to choose if they need to consider them in their team. And then later on, once the hiring manager selects, that is how they are deployed to each project. To some extent, it goes as a job management, and the later stage it goes as position. How does that work with Workday? I'm trying to understand. How does it change from one situation to another? It's absolutely possible to have both, or you can just have one. Like you already identified that this is a clear case of job management until a certain point. Once that point is over, you can transfer those people into an organization which is based on position management. But that would be an additional work for you because you will have to hire them again. Because in job management, though there are transfers, but those transfers, like it, just does not work like a standard transfer. You will have to open positions and then hire those people into those. Instead, a better way would be to just hire them using position management. In that case, even like hiring in bulk is not something that position management is not capable of doing. It's capable of doing that as well. It's just like all of them would be hired as maybe early in career development kind of job profile. Later on, they can be transferred or their job profile can be changed very easily in case of a position management. But in case of job management, you cannot do that. If I would have been the deciding factor, like if it's in my play to decide, I'll definitely pick position management in the beginning itself to avoid any extra work later. Once, like it's decided what role they will fit in and what particular organization they will be going to. Makes sense. it can still confuse. I totally got your point, but I'm trying to think of a scenario where early careers, in a sense, we go for campus hiring. Then we offer and select the candidate, but which project they go in, and all would be identified later on. And there is a shift between job management and position management. To avoid that shift from job management to position management, it's always better to go with position management. Got any other questions? Adding to that, in the beginning, you're trying to say in the beginning, when you're hiring someone, it's always to be, in a better off and a defining in position management than a job management. In a sense, yes. What if I hired a person in a job management I defined, and then later I realized that I did a mistake? But in that case, in that scenario, what Workday suggests. Is that possible to transfer? You said you cannot transfer them. It's not like you cannot, you can transfer. See, when it comes to position management, the basic requirement of position management is you need to have a position available. The additional step which you have to do is you can transfer from job management to position management, but you have to create those positions first to which you will be transferring those employees. It will not be like entirely a new hire, but it will be a partial hire in some sense because you're creating a position. You're defining the hiring restrictions for each and every position. If you transfer, pick one employee from one job management model and move it to a position management, you need to make sure that position is available all. And when you transfer that, it internally calls a hire process that this person is now being hired for this position. You cannot transfer a person on a job management to a position management. You partially hire a person from a position management to job management, from a job management to position management by creating a new position and then placing that person in that position. That's why it's additional steps. It is a little tricky. That's why it's always safer you go with the position management in the beginning. If you know there is higher probability that they will be selected for a particular role or for a particular manager or for a particular location, it's always better to go with position management. Thank you. Again, Workday does not recommend anything. It's all like the good practices and how the business goes with it. Say, for example, I'm recruiting 100 GPs and they will be placed in a GP arc for 6 months. Once their probation is over, few of them will be appointed as a KDKM engineer. The rest of them will be appointed as NSYS engineer, for example. Can I go with job management? I think in that case, job management makes more sense because the quantity of people you're hiring is a lot. And 6 months is not a small time, it's a good amount of time. Yes, I think job management makes more sense. And once you have the positions defined, and like you said, like few of them will go as a CD engineer or etc., you can move it accordingly as and when needed. Please do like, share, and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@uptalk.com.